Kenya tunayoipenda daima. Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima. Kenya yetu tunayoipenda daima. Twajivunia sana tukiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka.
Munifuate, twende
sana
tukiita wa
Kenya, nchi yenye baraka daima. Kenya nchi yenye baraka daima. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha daima. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya usalama, kamwe hatutaiacha, kamwe hatutaiacha. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kupenda haki kwa watu wote. Haki kwa watu wote. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, hatutaki matata Kenya.
Mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu, mikono juu. Wapi vigelegele?
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye uwendo, hatutaiacha daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Mama yangu tena ni baba yangu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Hapa wote wananchi wa Kenya, kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele.
Kila mmoja Kenya salute.
Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, na nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, sitadanganywa kamwe na wabaya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, wala sitapotoshwa na mabaya. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima, na nitajenga Kenya nchi yangu. Mimi ni mwana Kenya daima.
Wapi vigelegele Kenya wewe? Wapi vigelegele? Twende kazi. Are we happy people? Waluya mpo? Simami hapo. Huko tunaenda hivyo. Tunaenda hivyo. Fuata. Twende.
Asante, makofi ya Kayamba Afrika tafadhali. Naomba kwa sasa tuweze kumkaribisha.
Well, that was entertainment from the Kayamba Africa group. A very good morning to you, our viewer. We are live at the Kenyatta International Convention Center at the official launch of the recognition of prior learning policy framework and graduation ceremony of over 800 graduates under the first cohort of the recognition prior learning, all this under the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Now, institutions with graduates today are the TVET Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council, Kitale National Polytechnic, National Industrial Training Authority, Base Titanium, and Nyeri National Polytechnic. Today, the chief guest, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, is expected to grace the function together with various stakeholders in the education sector. And just to bring you, our viewers, some little background to understand what recognition of prior learning is all about. It is the process used to identify, assess, and certify an individual's knowledge, skills, and competencies against prescribed standards or learning outcomes, regardless of when, where, and how they were acquired. The decision set stage for functional and credible system for recognition of knowledge, skills, and competences that have been acquired through practical work, but which are not supported by the corresponding academic or institutional qualifications. Now, the anticipated transformation through recognition of prior learning is expected to ripple effect on the labor and skills uptake, as most job seekers will have recognizable skills and knowledge through a harmonized qualification system. Now, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority is established under the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act number 2014 with a mandate to establish and maintain the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, which involves establishing standards to recognize qualifications obtained within and outside Kenya, developing a system of competence, lifelong learning, and attainment of national qualifications, align qualifications obtained in Kenya with global benchmarks to promote national and transnational mobility of workers, strengthening the national quality assurance systems for national qualifications and facilitating mobility and progression within education and training. Now we are on standby here at the KICC. The chief guest is going to be arriving anytime soon. KBC will be bringing you this live coverage, so we ask you, our viewer, to journey with us till the end as we get to witness the launch of the recognition of prior learning policy framework.
We have a hashtag, it's RPL. Nick. as we prepare to welcome His Excellency the Deputy President, we'll hear briefly from the one in charge of his functions, briefly in expectation. Basi naomba tuweze kumkaribisha Rose Gakuo, Office of the Deputy President. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Naam, zangu mwakazi, kwa kazi safi sana zaidi ambayo umekuwa ukifanya asubuhi leo, na kazi ambayo unajua bila shaka tutakuwa tunaendelea kusaidiana siku ya leo, ikiwa ni siku ya furaha tele kwa wakufunzi hao ambao watakuwa wanapata stashahada tofauti tofauti. Tupo? Are we ready to get our documents today? Are we ready to go get that formal employment? Our bank accounts ready for payment and salaries? That is wonderful. Kwa nafasi hii basi ningependa tu kufanya matangazo mawili matatu, ikiwa tu ni kuwakumbusha kwamba sote tukue tunajua kwamba tumeketi katika viti ambavyo tulikuwa tumetengeneza, kwa sababu wakati ukifika, wakati wakufunzi wanaitwa, tungependa kuona wote ambao wanatoka taasisi fulani wamesimama kwa pamoja. Kwa hivyo ukiwa umeketi unaangalia mwenzako, unauliza jirani yako kujua kwamba umeketi mahali ambapo panafaa. Lakini kwa muda huu wa asubuhi basi tutakuwa tunapata mazungumzo ama ujumbe tofauti kutoka viongozi wetu, na baada ya hapo muda usio mbali sana tutakuwa tunampata mgeni rasmi siku ya leo ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Basi ikiwa ni hivyo, nimpe nafasi hii na kurudisha usukani huu kwa mfawidhi mwenzangu atuongoze. Mwakazi, karibu.
Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, Rose. So once His Excellency the Deputy President arrives, Madam Rose will guide us through. But in the meantime, Grace Mutua tafadhali, naomba umuone Dr. Wekesa. Grace Mutua, firefighter, please see Dr. Wekesa. Remember our hashtag, wale ambao wako kwenye X, Instagram, Facebook, hashtag ni RPL in Kenya. RPL in Kenya.
At the Kenyatta International Convention Center at the official launch of the recognition of prior learning policy framework and graduation ceremony of over 800 graduates under the first cohort of the recognition prior learning, all this under the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. And just to bring you, our viewers, some little background to understand what the recognition of prior learning is all about. It is the process used to identify, assess and certify an individual's knowledge, skills and competencies against prescribed standards or learning outcomes regardless of when, where and how they were acquired. The decision set stage for a functional and credible system for recognition of knowledge, skills and competencies that have been acquired through practical work but which are not supported by the corresponding academic or institutional qualifications. Now, education and training in Kenya has for a long time been capped against grades, but there is a wider stretch that can be covered outside the classroom environment, and hence introduction and acknowledge the contributions made by informal and informal learning experiences and the fact that education system need to embrace the RPL. Recognition of prior learning is set to grow tremendously based on the education reforms within the Kenyan qualifications landscape, with changes being implemented through various sectors. Through this, the government is trying to key in RPL by engaging individuals without classroom learning experience to meet learning outcomes that are far beyond just reading and basic examinations. We are still expecting our chief guest, His Excellency Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, any minute from now, and KBC will be bringing you this live coverage. So we ask you to journey with us till the end as we get to witness the launch of the recognition of the prior learning policy framework. Now, the Kenya National Qualification Authority is established under the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act number 22 of 2014 with a mandate to establish and maintain the Kenya National Qualification Frameworks. This involves establishing standards to recognize qualifications obtained within and outside Kenya, developing a system of competence, lifelong learning, and attainment of national qualifications, aligning qualifications obtained in Kenya with global benchmarks to promote national and transnational mobility of workers, strengthening the national quality assurance systems for national qualifications, and facilitating mobility and progression within education and training. Now, some of the institutions with graduates here today include the TVET Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council, Kitale National Polytechnic, National Industrial Training Authority, Vase Titanium, and Nyeri National Polytechnic.
Asante sana. Tafadhali sauti kidogo. Tuko tayari kuanza. Naomba wale ambao wako nje kuingia. Asante sana. Hivi karibuni tutaweza kuanza. Tutakuwa na wimbo wetu wa taifa na wimbo wetu wa Afrika Mashariki.
Now, we are still live at the KICC on the Kenya National Qualification Authority is established under the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act number 2022 of 2014. The mandate of the authority is to establish and maintain the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. This involves establishing standards to recognize qualifications obtained within and outside Kenya, develop a system of competence lifelong learning, and attainment of national qualifications, aligning qualifications obtained in Kenya with global benchmark to promote national and transnational mobility of workers, strengthening the national quality assurance system for national qualifications and facilitate mobility and progression within education and training. Now, the recognition of prior learning is the process used to identify, assess, and certify the individual's knowledge, skills, and competences against prescribed standards or learning outcomes, regardless of when, where, and how they were acquired. Outcomes of prior learning in all contexts of life can be validated, recognized, certified to give people wings to new perspective and opportunities in education and training. This policy being launched here today on recognition of prior learning seeks to bring into the national database numerous skills, knowledge, and competencies that are currently contributing to national development but have not been well understood, articulated, documented, recognized, assessed, and certificated. The policy aims at developing and implementing a more flexible, efficient learner journey in recognition that not all learning takes place in formal classes and formal laboratories or workshops. Now, the government of Kenya is implementing the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth. The objective is to improve the livelihoods and welfare of Kenyans. In line with this, the government will implement policies and structural reforms and promote investment in 5 bottom of the economic pyramid. Now, the recognition of prior learning system in Kenya has undergone significant development and implementation through multi-sectoral agency initiatives. Key achievements including the establishment of a robust RPL policy, legal and institutional framework, implementation guidelines, national guides, tools, and execution instruments, training of RPL piloting. These accomplishments lay the foundation for the national-wide rollout of RPL. A pilot program was also conducted to evaluate the effectiveness of the RPL process and provide an opportunity for Kenyans and refugees to have their skills and knowledge recognized and satisfied. The pilot program was conducted in 8 counties, targeting 400 individuals. And now our chief guest, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, has just arrived, and we will be bringing you this live coverage. So we ask you to journey with us till the end as we get to witness the launch of the recognition of prior learning policy framework. My name is Jackie Masharia, and I now take you to the live event. Welcome.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante sana. Naomba nimkaribishe Profesa Njuguna aweza kuomba nasi. Profesa, karibu.
Tuweze kuinamisha nyuso zetu, tuweze kuomba. Katika jina la Yesu, siku ambayo ni kuu, ambayo tumeitazamia na kuitarajia, tunakuomba uwe nasi katika
Profesa Njuguna, asante sana kwa hayo maombi. Naona tumeketi kwa kasi. Naomba tafadhali, mara ya mwisho tusimame tu kidogo na kila mtu achukue simu. Tutachukua ile ambayo watu wanaita selfie na yule ambaye ameketi kando yako, ili tuweze kukumbuka siku ya leo. Volume tafadhali. Kila mtu tusimame. Chukua simu, piga selfie, alafu unaituma kwenye Facebook. Unawaambia tuko hapa leo. Aha. Tupige picha kwa pamoja, alafu ukumbuke hashtag ni RPL in Kenya. Asante. RPL in Kenya. Well done. Ukishamaliza unaweza kuketi chini. Asante sana. Omba sasa tuweze kukaribishwa kirasmi. Tumefika siku ya leo kwa sababu ya uongozi wa KNQA A. Naomba tuwe tayari. Ladies and gentlemen, naomba tafadhali tuweze kumkaribisha the Director General and CEO, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Dr. Alice Kande. Karibu sana.
Thank you very, very much. Indeed, a very, very bright morning. Nawaomba pia ni wasalimie, and I would like to recognize in here. Allow me to salute the principal secretaries who are present here. State Department for Tibet, Dr. Esther Moria, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, Mr. Shadrach Mwadime, Honorable Governors present, including Honorable Governor, His Excellency Dr. Eric Mutai. We recognize all the CEOs present today. We recognize the university chancellors present today. We recognize the principals of national polytechnics present. We recognize the commissioner for the Department of Refugee Services. We recognize our very amazing and able sector, the Juakali sector, led by the CEO of the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Association, Mr. And ILO Technical Advisor, Ms. Caroline Joki, our amazing partners. Going beyond the borders, we have the coordinator of Africa Continental Qualifications Framework, Ms. Eduardo Castelbranco. We appreciate you. Representative of the South Africa Qualifications Authority, our sister institution, Dr. Makapa Makafola. We have our very able Council of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, which indeed is the host today, and led by our chairperson, Honorable Stanley Kiptis, and our very, very able graduates who we are celebrating today. Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to recognize members of the technical teams that sat to work on this document. We have a team that is called the Policy Review Technical Committee. We have a committee also that worked on a differentiated unit cost to ensure that we are ready to implement this. Distinguished graduates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Nashukuru sana nikiwaona hapa kwa majina, meona naitwa Alice Kande, nafanya na agency inaitwa Kenya National Qualifications Authority. KNQA is under the Ministry of Education, State Department for Tibet. But we pride in the fact that we work with several other institutions and sectors. It is why we have several sectors represented here. We are indeed delighted for the reason we are here today to celebrate a journey that began 3 years ago. And like we rightly say, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Tunashukuru ya kwamba tulichukua that initial step to think about a very critical component in our population that does so much, that exposes itself so much to acquiring of skills and competencies. And we know that after acquiring the competencies, they are able to use those skills to make some meaning out of that. And we want to celebrate that team because this government was able to provide a mechanism in which we can identify and recognize those competencies and skills. And the reason as to why we have our very able graduates here who have gone through that process that we are calling recognition of prior learning. We are very grateful to the leadership of this country, led by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the entire leadership, including the Deputy, the entire cabinet, for really recognizing the essence of what we are calling utambuzi wa these skills and why recognition of prior learning, that we shall not just keep saying how we appreciate what is happening in the informal sector, but we want to appreciate by doing something, saying something to you, and saying, let that skill be identified in a more formalized way, so that a certificate that would help you to really get even more decent jobs and even be able to compete competitively like every other person. And so from the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, tuna furaha zaidi siku ya leo because we've worked with a number of partners for those more than 3 years, and none of us has tired along the times when you're working on a policy like we normally do at the Kenya National Qualifications Authority to guide and inform the quality of qualifications. Sometimes when the journey takes too long, you would find people getting tired. But I want to salute. We have our consistent what has led to culmination of the celebration that we are having today. I want to appreciate our graduates for the faith that they had in this process that was thrown to them, and they were given to them as a way of accommodating them. You did not hesitate to be in the piloting phase. Some people fear being guinea pigs of some sort because they say, what if it flops? But we want to appreciate that you had faith in this and you agreed to be the testing ground for this important, very important policy that is recognition of prior learning. We are grateful as a Kenya National Qualifications Authority for that mandate that we have been given to ensure policies to help us identify and put together all qualifications that are meaningful to individuals and also to the country at large, so that the skills and the competencies that everyone has, we are able to put them in form of a qualification, and we shall be able to have that centrally in form of a database. And so we're happy because right from here, when we award you the certificate, we shall have your qualifications registered with the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, and you will be able to be accessed by anyone who might be looking for someone who wants that skill and that qualification that you have. Hapo tunashukuru sana, because we are saying we cannot be talking about one and the same thing for many years. We're saying we have the skills. Let us bring it out. Let us make it visible, not just to be recognized nationally, internationally. Na ndio maana unaona kwa kikao hiki, we also have our partners from outside our country. We have our partners from other countries, because so they also believe in our efforts in making sure that we are confident about the qualifications that we are churning out, including those that are recognition of prior learning. So much of our partners have walked this journey together to culminate full occasion. And of course, looking at the future ahead of us, there are so many, of course, that will be joining you, we believe, and even yourself, because once you have that certificate, it gives you an opportunity ya kupanda tena. Ile tunaita National Qualifications Framework, it allows you, sasa unatoka huo mfumo skills pathway, you can even now get to the formal education and training, and you would be able to climb up. So other than now taking advantage of the opportunities you have there, you also have an opportunity to climb up. Tunawapongeza sana, and we are very grateful that we are at this point. As I sit down, I would like to recognize a very team that sat together trying to think and comprehend about recognition policy. There is a team, and I would like them to and very briefly, that sat on yes, I can see you. You did an amazing job. We are not here, but institutions drawn from various sectors and various institutions that came together for all those 3 years. And as a result of that effort, we were able to come up with this structured and well-curated document that we are all ready to. Thank you very much. We welcome you once again, and we believe that we shall have several of such occasions that we are having today, because we have so many opportunities out there, and so that will be able to come and be again for listening.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Dr. Alice Kande, thank you so much. Let that skill be identified in a formal way, recognized internationally. An opportunity ya kupanda tena. Opportunity ya kupanda tena. Now, let's listen to the chairman now. Naomba tafadhali tumkaribishe the chairman. Video, please. Mheshimiwa Stanley Kiptis. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Shukrani. Tusalamiane. Amjambo. Nashukuru sana. Nguvu, ujuzi na nini? Na ajira. Asante, nashukuru. Allow me to recognize the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who is soon going to actually join us because he's our main guest. Allow me also to appreciate and recognize Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machoku, as well as his counterpart, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor, Honorable Florence Bore, the Principal Secretaries present here today. Thank you very much. Oshimo Madime, Shadrach, State Department of Labor and Skill Development. It's a pleasure seeing you today and appreciating you. The Principal Secretary, TVET, Dr. Esther Moria, who has worked with us in this journey for quite some time now. I want to say we appreciate you. Thanks also to the PS, Honorable Inga Charles, Housing and Urban Development. The chairpersons who are present here today, Professor Esra, Chair, Open Universities of Kenya. Please, I'm informed that you are around. Oh, pleasure having you. Thank you. We were housed together at Nacosta, but he has grown wings to fly. Thank you, Honorable Aden Hali Noor, Chair Anita. Our pleasure having you with us this very, very day. Allow me at the same time to appreciate and acknowledge the presence of our Acting Director General, who has just spoken, Dr. Alice Kandi. Those of us, the CEOs and executive officers present with us today, I want to appreciate your presence. Allow me at the same time to acknowledge the presence of ILO Technical Advisor, Ms. Caroline Njogi. She has done a lot for us. Thank you very much. Representative of the African Continent Qualification Framework, Ms. Eduardo Castel Brango. Thank you for traveling that far for this very, very occasion. Representative of South Africa Qualification Authority, represented here by Dr. Makapa Makofoli, who has been our benchmark in coming up with national qualifications in this very region. Thank you very much. Allow me to recognize also members of the RPL Policy Committee, the Technical Committee, who've done a lot. We want to appreciate your good work. The results are here today, or the outcome is here. Government officials and officers present, other development partners, distinguished guests, the graduates, the first cohort of RPL. Pongezi sana, pongezi sana, pongezi sana. I feel great to have joined the RPL family from all walks of life, both locally and internationally, to witness these momentous and historic celebrations, to launch the policy framework on recognition of prior learning, as well as witness the graduation of over 800 graduates. Recognition of prior learning, born from the philosophy that human beings learn through life, from cradle to grave, is a process that identifies, assesses, and certifies knowledge, skills, and competencies regardless of how, where, whether this is the sky or under the seas or whichever place, and when they were acquired. It is worth noting that Kenya economy that is predominantly informal is driven by individuals with skills but lack corresponding qualifications. These skills are not known and not documented. They are invisible. In this regard, RPL is coming on board to make this invisible to be visible, be the bridge between informal and formality, provide an optional pathway to attainment of qualifications, and finally, address mechanisms for people with skills but lack qualifications. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, this launch and graduation ceremony is a culmination of a very important journey that started in earnest 4 years ago. Those who are there, I want to appreciate the PS, Dr. Juma Mungwana, Mr. Richard Muteti, who has done a lot, and the team from KNQA, including our CEO, Alice Kandi, as well as Stanley Maindi and Dr. Bulimo. You've done a lot. This journey started 4 years ago at Kenya Industrial Training Institute, KITI, in Nakuru, one that would ultimately lead to the establishment of a vibrant RPL system in Kenya, capable of contributing to decent work, entrepreneurship, self-esteem, and long learning for people of this country, Kenya. May I take this earliest opportunity on behalf of KNQA Council, management, and staff to sincerely thank the Chief Guest and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Mashoku, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor, Honorable Bore, and all the PSS, including the PS where KNQA domicile, Dr. Esther Moria, for making us proud by gracing this historic occasion. Your presence is a clear manifestation of the government's bountiful support and commitment in promoting access to qualifications as key enabler to realization of the bottom-up economic transformation better. Today's celebration presents us a platform to reflect, create publicity and advocacy about RPL, spread a message of hope, employability, entrepreneurship, self-esteem, lifelong learning, and decent livelihood, and above all, promote peace, unity, and inclusivity of all stakeholders in the implementation of RPL. Secondly, this celebration presents us the perfect opportunity to thank strategic partners, national government, county government, national non-state actors, and social welfare organizations for continually partnering with KNQA in technical and philanthropic activities, especially those geared towards supporting the implementation of RPL in Kenya. To this end, allow me to pass a special appreciation to the following. International Labour Organization, MasterCard Foundation, that is Young Africa Works Project, the Inter-Rescue Committee, National RPL Implementation Committee, Technical Committee on Differentiated Unit Cost of Assessing Prior Learning, among others. It is my trust that with this launch and graduation ceremony, the RPL actors will work collectively and systematically towards changing the lives of many disadvantaged Kenyans, including the highly skilled workers in the MSME, who I'm told they're just doing a lot outside there, unemployed people, refugees and migrants, to enhance employability, self-esteem, and life decent livelihoods. It is my trust that the launch of RPL will inspire fresh feeling among the RPL actors to work collectively and synergistically towards a robust and effective RPL system that is responsive to socio-economic development. As I conclude, may I take this opportunity to thank all the ministries, agencies, and county governments, the productive sector, and other social partners present for continually partnering with KNQA in driving the RPL agenda. It is my trust that your presence is an indication of your organizational willingness and commitment to collaborate with the government in implementation of the RPL. With those few remarks, allow me to appreciate all of us and thank all of us for having made to this place. Thank you, and God bless all of us. Karibuni sana.
Asante sana. Makofi ya mwenyekiti. Making the invisible visible, the informal formal. Asante sana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tunataka tutizame video kuhusu safari hii. Ilianza wapi? Ikawaje? Naomba sote tutege masikio na macho yawe kwenye runinga, ili tunapoendelea sote tuwe twajua ya kwamba mambo yamekuwa hivi, na siku za usoni mambo yatakuwa vile.
President William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza government has committed to create employment opportunities to the young people and empower the over 13 million Kenyans, most of whom are skilled laborers who are in the informal sector, to earn a living.
Tuko na mpango ambayo tunasema inaitwa recognition of prior learning. Kuna watu wengi mafundi hawajaenda shule lakini wako na skill ya ufundi. Si ni kweli? Na tumesema hakuna haja ya kupeleka mtu ambaye anaelewa kazi shuleni tena. Fanyia yeye mtihani, patia yeye karatasi, aendelee na kufanya kazi.
The journey towards embracing recognition for prior learning in our country started way back 3 years ago and specifically in the year 2020, as they become a reality because we have been able to subject the policy document for public participation and the stakeholder engagement, and we have also had the policy approved by the cabinet, and therefore the recognition for prior learning holds a very significant role in this country, and indeed is of significant importance at national and individual level. This is a big win for the Republic of Kenya. We celebrate hundreds of Kenyans who were successfully assessed during the piloting phase of the recognition for prior learning policy, and I now urge all the graduates to take advantage of job opportunities within the country and abroad and make good use of your now certified skills.
Through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, it is becoming a reality since their skills are recognized through assessment and certification through the recognition of prior learning programs, which are accessible to all countries.
Recognition of prior learning also promotes inclusivity by providing alternative pathways to education for individuals who may have barriers in acquiring traditional forms of learning.
Kwa majina naitwa Maureen Atieno kutoka Garissa, ni mshonaji wa wanawake sana sana.
Maureen, naona wakati wa screening, wakati ulifanyiwa screening, kuna zile nguo ambazo uliitishwa na zile vitu zingine ulikuwa umeitishwa. Kuna passport ulikuwa umeitishwa. Kama umeweza kuja nayo passport na ID. Maureen Atieno jambo. Then naona ulikuwa umeitishwa a straight dress with the lining, the sleeve.
National Qualifications Authority, KNQA, alongside other key stakeholders, has hit the ground running to implement the program that is aimed at transforming both the formal and informal sectors. Over 5,000 workers who underwent a thorough assessment process will form the first cohort of graduates who will be awarded with certificates acquired through recognition of prior learning that recognizes their skills at work.
The recognition of skills and knowledge will lead to expansion of the skills inventory and aid in aligning of the available skills to local and international labor markets. It supports the formalization of the informal sector by recognizing the valuable skills that are often overlooked in this
policy comes in and being appraising Kenya concerning what they need in getting this certification, not only that, in terms of the regulations that are necessary to govern this particular area of recognizing prior learning. And therefore, we wish to congratulate the Kenya National Qualification Authority and also the Ministry of Education and particularly the State Department of Defense for this initiative that they have come up with. The National Industrial Training Authority has done certification for quite a number of young people out there, and they will be graduating also. The unemployment rate in this country is extremely high, so whatever we can do to ensure that our young people are able to gain employment is an initiative that we welcome.
The of Prior Learning pilot program was funded by the International Labour Organization, ILO, the International Rescue Committee. Organization of applicants was carried out in collaboration with the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations and the Department of Refugee Services, ensuring a diverse pool of participants. The Kenya National Qualifications Authority, KNQA, played a crucial role in coordinating the pilot program, while the National Industrial Training Authority, NITA, and TVET Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council, TVET CDAC, TVET CDACC, were responsible for conducting the screening, portfolio of evidence assessment or POE assessment, and summative assessment of the applicants.
Mimi kazi yangu ni mechanic na nafanyanga kidogo wiring, lakini majorly ni kazi ya engine work. Mimi nimekuwa kwa hii kazi mbele ya miaka 35. Mimi hii barua naifurahia sana na nimesikia mzuri sana. Nimeona serikali imeanza kuchukua hatua.
The way the country is moving now is with competence-based education and training. What matters is what you know, is what you can do. And already people in the informal sector, they have been doing this work as long as they started their learning on the industry, and they have been even earning out of it. But nobody recognizes what they know because they have no certificate. What we are doing here is to look at the competencies which already they have. Even our informal or formal trainees, they have been going to the informal sector for attachments. Who teaches them, who helps them is the people in the informal sector.
I'm extremely excited about the launch of the RPL in Kenya. This is something that we started working on about 5 years ago. And the reason why we did this is when we came into the market, we realized that the TVET sector had a very interesting dimension where we had a number of graduates who had papers and they were not able to do what the papers said, but we also had a large number of people like masons, electricians, plumbers that were able to do plumbing work and the works like those for which they had not been trained. So we realized that a lot of the good skills, especially the more modern skills, were located among people that were practicing rather than those that were coming out.
RPL will be implemented through the following national policy tools and instruments. RPL Policy Framework, Guideline for Implementation of RPL, RPL Practitioners Code of Conduct, RPL Quality Assurance Manual, RPL Guide for Qualification, Qualifications Awarding Institutions, National Standards for RPL, RPL Practitioners Training Guide, RPL Practitioners Training Manual, RPL Assessment Appeal Guide, RPL Guide for Regulatory Bodies, RPL Guide for Assessment Centers, RPL Candidates Guide. The areas assessed included assessments.
There were discussions that brought together the government, the workers, and the employers. So we identified ecosystem players whose capacity needed to be built. It was not enhanced. This was really building from scratch so that they appreciate RPL and know how to implement it in Kenya.
There are people out there who have been asking, when is this institution going to start assessing us? And that is where we are looking forward to the launch of the recognition of prior learning in this country.
Recognition of prior learning is a global concept, has been embraced in recognition that learning happens anywhere and anytime. And we need to acknowledge that if wherever I am able to acquire some learning, then it is possible that learning can be validated, it can be recognized, it can be certified.
Recognition of prior learning application will be submitted online through the Management Information System portal.
We are looking forward as an authority to join hands together with all the stakeholders in this process and to ensure that we provide many opportunities to so many other young people who, for one reason or another, they were not able to get access formal training. And in this case, within the next few years, we'll be able to provide a critical numbers of qualified skilled workforce that will be able to work in both formal and informal sector to drive and build the socio-economic sphere in this country. Thank you very much.
The recognition of prior learning sets a clear roadmap for a nationwide awareness and publicity, a multi-stakeholder engagement on RPL, capacity building of RPL practitioners, training of more RPL practitioners from training institutions, industry, employers, trade unions, and religious groups.
We give 3 certificates at TVET SIDAC. We have a full qualification certificate, which is awarded to somebody who has gone through the whole spectrum of the expectations to achieve maybe a level 6, which is equivalent to a diploma, or we give partial qualification certificate to say one has achieved up to a given level, up to a given percentage of a full qualification, but it's not full. Then finally, we have what we call a statement of attainment certificate, which is given to the people we have assessed who have gone through the process of RPL, and we can certify and say they are able to perform at a given level of proficiency.
After the launch of RPL, the authority intends to undertake the following. Partner with the National Employment Authority and other players for job opportunities in the diaspora for RPL graduates. NITA targets to assess and certify over 9,000 workers in 30 affordable housing sites which have already been identified.
Enhancing a link between RPL graduates and employers. National Database of Graduates in Kenya, National Learners Record Database, KLNRD, for access of employers. The program will play a significant role in shaping a sector that contributes immensely to the economy.
I'm glad to be here to speak as an employer who was able to register 6 of her employees to be part of RPL, and they were the first group that did the pilot. And I must say that it was a great opportunity for the team that I had.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. KNQA. Tunasema asante sana. Jua Kali Association mpo. Mpo. Asante sana. Waswahili wanasema atangaye sana na jua, atangaye sana na jua mwisho hujua. Atangaye sana na jua mwisho huu. Ile miaka umekuwa ukipambana, ukihangaika, umepata ujuzi, na huo ujuzi hauwezi kutupiliwa mbali au nje. Ndio kwa maana leo tunakupa nafasi. Asante sana. Asante. Tumeanza leo, na kwa sasa ningependa tuwasikilize wenzetu ambao wametusaidia na tutakuwa pamoja. Kuna methali pia inasema bahari haivukwi kwa kuogelea. Bahari haivukwi kwa kufanya nini? Itachukua siku moja, sio? Si tutaendelea, lakini siku ya leo tumeanza. Basi naomba tafadhali kwa heshima kubwa tuweze kuwakaribisha hawa wenzetu dakika 5 tafadhali, na tutaanza moja kwa moja na huyu mwenzetu, the chairperson Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, Bwana David Mwangi. Bwana David Mwangi, uko wapi? Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana. Dakika 5, niko na timer hapa. Asante sana. Karibu.
Thank you. Leading on the protocols established. Good morning. I'm David Mwangi, Chief Principal, Nyeri National Polytechnic, and also the National Chair, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. I want to be very brief, and for one, I can say that this launch, it is actually the best thing that's happened to Kenya. At a time like this one, we are trying to look at how TVET has actually revolutionized for the last 100 years. So we are looking at where we are coming from, And we can say that this RPL is actually going to open the opportunities. When it comes to the association, we have 223 functional technical training institutions and 24 national polytechnics. And you can imagine when we start rolling out the recognition of prior learning, the opportunities that we are going to create. I would like to say, and this is a testimony of the people who are seated on my right, we have 38 graduates today whom we have opened doors to apply for the recent concluded advertisement by the public service. And these people are actually in an area whereby we have been having a great gap, and that is cosmetology. They are seated with us. Number two, I would like to say that RPL is not for the qualification awarding institutions. The spread of the qualification awarding institution needs to be supported by all the other training institutions in Kenya. And I'm happy today, as we do the rollout, we have DG, TVET Authority, and also we have the CEO, TVET SIDAC, which means all our small institutions, they should actually be able to seek for accreditation, and they be given the mandate to roll out RPL, and they use the curriculum and occupational standards of TVET SIDAC. So that one will enable us to be able to have RPL in all corners of this republic. The other thing is, we as the qualification awarding institutions, we are also learning a lot from this recognition of prior learning. In that, there are people who want to be certified in areas that we have not documented the skills. We are also interacting with other people in other parts of the world, and then we realize that there are some things we have not also documented. So you get calls whereby they are saying they want people called utility locators. You get a call telling us they require people who are called island workers. Now, all those things we need to interpret, because all what we have in Kenya is that we are doing so many things, but actually they are not documented as skills. It was just recently that we came up with a curriculum and an OS for the bushers, knowing very well for a long time we are very good at slaughtering animals and also roasting meat, but we didn't have a curriculum for that. Yet, other countries are telling us, can you supply us with bushers? They are there, but they have no certificates. So to us, this rollout is going to create opportunities and is actually going to be a game changer on how skills are done in this country. Lastly, to our graduates, the doors has been opened. Those who are in level 3, you can go to level 4. Those in level 4, you can go to level 5. Those in level 5, you can go to level 6. So just go to the world and conquer the world. Congratulations. So for every seated here on Tuesday 26, we will be lighting the TVET torch and the frame at the Nyeri National Polytechnic. I've just mentioned that we are celebrating 100 years of TVET in Kenya, and that torch will go across the country to the TVET institutions, to the industries, and also to the county government. So we are starting Mount Kenya region. We hand it over to Rift Valley to hand over to Western to hand it over to Coast, and it comes back to Nairobi, and we are going to have a culmination of 3-day conference and celebrations at Kabete National Polytechnic. Kabete is the one celebrating 100 years, and it was established as the Native Industrial Training Depot. Karibuni sana, and let us celebrate and shout about event in Kenya at 100. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Makofi tafadhali. Creating opportunities, a game changer indeed. Up next, 5 minutes. The Acting Director General, National Industrial Training Authority, NITA, Ms. Teresa Wasike. Makofi tafadhali. 5 minutes.
The Principal Secretary, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, senior government officials present, the chairman and board of directors invited for this occasion, the CEOs of various state corporations, the leadership of the Council of Governors, university chancellors, the representative of the International Labour Organization, the representatives of the Juakali Federation, our guardians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you this morning to celebrate the launch of the national policy on RPL and conferment of various qualifications to over 900 graduates from various qualification awarding institutions. On behalf of NITA, I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the chairman and members of the NITA board, NITA management and staff, and RPL practitioners. As a qualification awarding institution, NITA is awarding a total of 601 full and partial qualifications candidates. I wish to congratulate all the graduates, especially recognizing those who are being awarded qualifications in more than one trade area. Among those graduating today, we have a total of 213 qualifications being awarded to graduates who were assessed and certified by NITA on site at Kibra and Ruiru under the Affordable Housing Project. Kibra and Ruiru were pilot sites for assessment under the Affordable Housing Project in partnership with the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. We have rolled out plans to carry out accreditation, assessment, and certification in 30 affordable housing sites. I also recognize in a special way the refugees who took part in the RPL exercise. I note with delight that a total of 116 refugees from Burundi, Congo, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, and North Sudan are being awarded full and partial qualifications. This demonstrates that NITA qualifications have gained recognition beyond the borders of the Republic of Kenya. I would also like to acknowledge our key partners who are in our midst today and made this exercise a success. They include Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, the Kenya National Qualification Authority, Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, International Labour Organization, Kenya National Federation of Jua Kali Association, Best Titanium Limited, Akinyi Odongo Limited, Scania East Africa Limited, Associated Motors Limited, Department of Refugee Services, Swiss Contact, Toolkit Skills, International Rescue Committee, KCB Foundation, Shining Hope for Communities, and RPL assessment centers around the world, around the country. Finally, with the launch of the national RPL policy, NITA is set to fully roll out the RPL process. I would like to encourage persons with skills requiring certification to get in touch with NITA. Additional information on the RPL process will be available on the various NITA communication platforms. With these few remarks, I wish to thank our parent Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and Ministry of Education for giving the country a national RPL policy framework. I once again congratulate our graduates on this auspicious occasion and wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you, and may God bless each and every one of us.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Nimesikia akitaja Kibra. Kibra mko wapi? Hebu simameni tuwapigie makofi bana. Tuwapigie makofi hawa wenzetu Kibra, well done. Mnaweza kuketi chini. Ruiru. Ruiru mko wapi? Tusimame. Asante. Makofi yao tafadhali. Mweza kuketi. Na nimesikia Burundi. Burundi mpo wapi? Simame. Asante sana. Well done. Well done. Mweza kuketi chini. Thank you so much. That's what we're talking about. Creating new opportunities, and this definitely is a game changer. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, a big round of applause to the Acting CEO, National Employment Authority, Madam Edith Okoki. Makofi yake tafadhali. 5 minutes. Karibu sana.
Good morning. I too want to ride on the protocols that have already been established. And I want to say that it is with great pleasure and profound honor that I stand before you today to discuss an important initiative that holds the potential to revolutionize our nation's employment landscape. That is the RPL policy. In the presence of such esteemed leaders and stakeholders, I'm filled with confidence that together we can propel Kenya towards a future where every individual's skill and competencies are recognized and valued, irrespective of their formal educational background. It is clear with the implementation of RPL policy, we have reached a significant milestone in our journey towards establishing a robust system that values the knowledge, skills, and competencies acquired through practical experience. This achievement is not merely a bureaucratic formality. It is an exemplification to our unwavering commitment to inclusivity and the recognition of skills beyond conventional educational paths. The rigorous process leading up to this launch, including the approval of this policy by the esteemed cabinet chaired by His Excellency, President William Ruto, emphasizes our country's dedication to building a more equitable and dynamic workforce. On incorporating the RPL into employment and labor migration, the National Employment Authority, where I serve, recognizes that the integration of RPL into our systems is crucial for facilitating job placements and labor migration. By acknowledging the skills and competencies gained through informal learning, we open doors for job seekers from diverse backgrounds to contribute meaningfully to our workforce and economy. For instance, I would like to introduce you to our system, which is called the NEAMIS, where we have various active employment opportunities for skilled artisans, both in Kenya and various destination countries for work. For example, like the Hungary, Poland, the Czech Republic, Turkey, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, just to mention a few, that have occupations cutting across fields in the field of carpentry, electronic technicians, welding, painting, glass working, tile fitting, audio and visual technicians, just to mention some of them. This shows that some readily markets are already available, and as a country, the approach we are taking is promising to reduce their employment rate. Now, to the job seeker, I share the news that the National Employment Authority is embracing RPL. And it is going to be a game changer for job search techniques across our nation. Your skills and experience are not only valued, but also recognized and rewarded, irrespective of your formal educational background. This is the promise that RPL policy holds for you as a job seeker in Kenya. There are going to be lots of benefits that if you embrace, you'll be able to get jobs. And even if you go to the NEAMIS system that I've already talked about, you'll realize that there are already jobs waiting for you. To the employers, we recognize the fundamental role you play in shaping our workforce and driving our economy forward. It is employers who identify skill gaps, inspire their employees to undergo recognition of prior learning, assessment, and harness RPL qualifications for recruitment, promotion, and upskilling opportunities. We work very closely with private recruitment agencies who actually source for these jobs outside the country, and I really want to recognize them in today's launch. In conclusion, I would like to say that this launch of recognition of prior learning policy represents a significant leap forward in our quest for an inclusive and dynamic workforce. With the support of our esteemed leaders, stakeholders, and partners, we are poised to unlock the full potential of our nation's human capital. Together, let us embrace the ethos of recognition, empowerment, and opportunity that underpins the RPL policy. Let us build a future where meritocracy reigns supreme and every individual has the chance to realize their dreams, regardless of their educational background. God bless Kenya. Asanteni.
God bless Kenya indeed. I want you to look around. We are not just impacting a person, we're impacting generations. And I've walked around and I've seen children. So we are not just impacting a father. What's your name, sir?
Yeah, Caden.
Talk to us. Why is this event important? And I can see, I want to believe your son. Why is this event important?
It is important because we are getting more knowledge and skills so that we can be useful to the society.
Wow, makofi yake tafadhali. So that we can be useful to society. Now let's just listen to a girl here atusalimie. Jina lako nani? Jina unaitwaje? Jina tafadhali?
Talia.
Makofi ya Talia. Asante. Wasalimie wote. Anasema hapo, mpigieni makofi tafadhali Talia. We are impacting generations indeed. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes, please welcome Professor Kisilu Kitainge, CEO, TVET Curriculum Development, Assessment and Certification Council. Karibu sana.
All protocols observed. I recognize all honorable members seated before us. It is a wonderful day that we are having today for me to stand before this big gathering that is here to commemorate an achievement of a milestone that we've waited for a long way. My name is Professor Kisilu Kitainge, CEO TVET SIDAC, and it will not be complete if I don't say that recognition of prior learning is recognition of skill, it's recognition of capacity, it's recognition of ability. RPL is an affirmative action that we've really waited for as a country, as a region, as a people. It is promotion of equity, recognition of alternative access, and it is faith in our skills and competencies that have been acquired in different approaches. Surely, RPL promotes international recognition of the skill that we have as a people, Kenya. I applaud KNQA for this wonderful feat. It is truly an honor to stand before you today at this momentous occasion. The launch of RPL policy framework and the graduation of its first beneficiaries, it's a wonderful milestone that we all applaud. Our mandate at TVET SIDAC is not only to ensure sustainable development of TVET in Kenya through curriculum development, assessment, and certification, but also to prioritize inclusivity in the TVET sector. It is through such initiatives, such as RPL, that we strive to materialize our vision. The RPL assessment plays a critical role in our educational landscape. I repeat, by recognizing and certifying the skills, knowledge and competencies gained informally or through the non-formal learning channels, we aim at creating pathways for people who have previously been unable to access or progress through formal education into life, because education is life. In line with the principles set forth by KNQA and our development partners, ILO, TVET SIDAC has put in place systems to implement quality RPL assessment, including developing RPL assessment and certification guidelines, which were informed by the pilot study. The Council has developed the guidelines in line with national RPL policy, implementation guidelines, national standards set by KNQA, and RPL standards devised by TVETA. TVET SIDAC has further developed 446 occupational standards and curricula against which assessment can be done. In addition, the Council has trained over 15,000 assessors and verifiers on competency-based assessment. RPL is recognition that competency-based education and training is real and should be, or is the only way that we can achieve the goals that we've set as a country. As we celebrate the launch of this policy, we remember today also marks a remarkable turning point for many individuals who are receiving their due recognition. To our esteemed graduates, your achievements are not only significant on a personal level, but also epitomize persistence against all odds. You've made it through a difficult path. You've made it, and this is the first time we stand to recognize you. You represent resilience. You represent resourcefulness. You represent persistence. You represent goal achievement. You represent the spirit that nothing can stand in between you and your goals other than your own lack of initiative. You represent all of us, and you represent the world today, where matters are evolving and change is an ongoing part of our lives. As we break the new ground with the RPA policy launch, it marks just the beginning of our collective journey towards building an inclusive educational ecosystem. You are and we are one because we are each other. It is our duty to continue refining our policies, fostering collaboration among different stakeholders in the TVET sector and in the TVET system, and forging ahead to strengthen our Kenyan workforce. What do I summarize my comments with? That it's never a time for quitting until when the spirit quits. Never give up. It is possible and it shall be well. Thank you so much.
Never give up. It's possible. Education is life. Prioritizing inclusivity. You represent resilience. You represent all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's have that screen on. Makofi tafadhali to Director General, the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority, Dr. Kipkirui Langat. Makofi yake tafadhali, 5 minutes.
Good morning to all of us. Allow me
to stand on the already established protocols, and also to join my fellow speakers to mention that the launch of RPL policy is true going to be a game changer, and especially when we are going to recognize the skills of the individuals who will not have otherwise gotten this platform if it was not for this process. Recognition of the types of learning that is going on in the informal sector, with the results in broad benefits of the labor market, formal education and training, greater opportunities for broader development, access of jobs, career progression that foster remuneration and generally promote employment equity is what we are witnessing today. As mentioned by my fellow speakers, RPL process can help these individuals acquire formal qualification that matches their knowledge and skills, and thereby contribute to improving their employability, mobility, lifelong learning, social inclusion, and self-esteem. And because it is something that is new to many of us, and especially those who are in the labor market, providing integrity to the entire process is very important, so that we don't only guarantee quality and in terms of the skills that we provide to you, but ensure we provide a sustainable process for those who will not have gone through the formal education in terms of acceptability of their qualification when they come to you. From where I sit from the TVET authority, ours is not only to give you integrity of the process, but to make sure that we are also more facilitative in terms of providing accessibility to the assessment centers across the country. As you've heard from Kati, we have in excess of 300 institutions across the country. About 30% of those have already expressed interest to be assessment centers, and we have facilitated the process of the accreditation as assessment centers. And because of the demand that will be coming from all of us, and then we believe the system that have been put in place together by our partners, National Industrial Training Authority, TVET, SIDAC, and all our national polytechnic will provide adequate spaces that will guarantee RPL assessment process to continue uninterrupted. RPL recognizes skills and knowledge you have acquired throughout your career, giving value to your practical experience. It acknowledges the time and effort you have invested in developing your expertise. As you mentioned, you represent many of the silent, hardworking Kenyans who contribute to our economy. You are the alternative to so many other services and goods that we import to this country, and recognizing you today is our pride. As I mentioned, we put in place a rigorous but a facilitative process where a candidate must be found competent against the outcome and competencies of registered qualifications and designation. This process will streamline the uses of combination of assessment methodologies and supporting evidence of the candidates for competence recognition. And today, for those of you who are graduating, you not only represent, as I mentioned, the majority of Kenyans who are waiting to see the process but it is also a demonstration that the government is putting in place efforts to ensure equity in terms of qualification. So you are a testimony not only to your peers, but also what the government is doing. And finally, we will not only be using RPL for recognition of skills workers, and this is a conversation that we have been having with Professor Mike from Commission for University Education. We also want to see RPL to be a process that will support vertical articulation, so that those students who have already gained relevant skills and knowledge prior to starting a specific program or course in the next level may be granted a practical credit exemption for the program that they desire to pursue, so that it will support both horizontal and vertical articulation of our young people. It is our intention for those of us where we are witnessing this thing happening in our times to ensure we guarantee the young people and those who are in our informal sector a sustainable process for them to acknowledge what they have acquired. Thank you, and God bless you.
Sir, you represent the many silent and hardworking Kenyan. Asante sana. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, naomba tumkaribishe huyu aliyekuwa mwalimu wangu hodari katika chuo kikuu. Makofi tafadhali to Professor Mike Kuria. Karibu sana. Commission Secretary, CEO, Commission University Education.
Thank you very much, Johnson. It's good to see you again, looking as sharp as I always knew you. Congratulations as well. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride also on the protocols before and say all protocols observed. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate KNQA for inviting me to this meeting and to allow me to make just a few remarks this morning on this great occasion of launching the RPL policy in Kenya. On behalf of the Commission for University Education, I would like to just make 4 points. And because of time, and I don't want my good student to say that they asked me to follow instructions and I didn't, and I made sure that they did follow instructions while they were in the university. So I just make 4 points and hopefully use less than 5 minutes. Number one, I want to say that this RPL is a very important plank in the fulfillment of what is referred to as SDG number 4. SDG number 4 talks about access to quality, affordable education, and also encourages us to make sure that we leave no one behind. RPL opens access to education for everyone, irrespective of the path they choose to follow. And graduates this morning or this afternoon, I want to say that that path has been opened for you. Follow it through. Number two, the implementation of RPL promotes a critical 21st century skill. That skill, we refer to it as lifelong learning. It means you continue learning for the rest of your life. And that's how the world is. We cannot avoid that. And RPL allows us to make sure that we allow people to be recognized for skills they have acquired over the time. Sometimes I have felt that we have written off our young people for decisions that they made in very difficult circumstances and when they were too young. And then we write them off forever. I think that RPL opens the doors for such students. It gives them a second chance. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and graduates this morning, I want to let you know that that second chance has begun for you. Please follow it through. Number three, the world is increasingly referring to as micro-credentials. Micro-credentials means you earn small skills, you get credited for them, and you carry that with you. And in the course of the time, you can build a qualification based on skills you have acquired, as my good friends from the lakeside would say, mos, pole pole, without stress. Once you get those credentials recognized, you can build them to a higher qualification. And I want to say that this morning, I am glad that this RPL has been launched, or will be launched. And I hope that one of these days, I'll see some of you in the corridors of the universities, because you have been admitted there on the basis of micro-credentials that you have earned in the course of your work. It doesn't matter where you have acquired that particular skill, it gets recognized. Which brings me to my final point, number 4. And that point is that we have introduced CBC, CBE, CBET, whichever term you want to pick up. And those two, this education system says that we recognize people for the skills they have rather than the grades they have on a piece of paper. So RPL will make it possible for the skills that you have acquired in whichever way, whether you have achieved them in the formal, informal, non-formal, it doesn't matter. These skills will be recognized, and you can use these skills to build up to a greater and a bigger qualification. We will be able to recognize and reward you for such skills that you have acquired. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Commission for University Education to say we are looking at this space very closely so that we can see how best we can factor RPL to allow different pathways into the higher levels of education. And I think my colleague has just mentioned that we have been talking about that. We would like to see that happen. And that's why I said one of these days, I hope I am going to meet some of you in the corridors of the university pursuing higher degrees because of the skills that you have achieved and which have been acquired through this particular process. May I also take this opportunity to congratulate you very heartily for having your skills recognized. Wish you the best and looking forward to meeting you in higher places. God bless you.
Wow, wow, wow. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. Looking forward to meeting in other higher places. Thank you so much, Mwalimu. We celebrate you. In the meantime, let's listen to social partners. Na sijui kama CEO Jua Kali Association uko hapa? CEO uko hapa? Yuko wapi? Ama yuko wapi? Yuko nje? Nataka tu watu, ama mlifunzwa, mliambiwa ukisema Jua Kali sema nini? Ujuzi. Tuseme pamoja. Tena nataka mtufunze sote. Haya, 3, 2, 1. Tuanze. Haya, mmeshika. Tuende pamoja. Nguvu, ujuzi, ajira. Tena nguvu, ujuzi, ajira. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's have the screen please. Tumkaribishe tafadhali the CEO, the Federation of Kenya Employers, Jacqueline Mugo. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Hamjambo. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me also ride on the protocols that have been established. First, I want to thank KNQA very much for inviting the Federation of Kenya Employers to be part of this landmark occasion as we launch the RPL policy framework and also graduate the first RPL cohort. Employers have been eagerly looking forward for this day. The Federation of Kenya Employers is the voice of employers in this country, and we represent their interests here in our country at regional level and at international level. We've done that for the last 60 years. One of our main objectives is to influence the policy and regulatory environment to foster an enabling environment for business to help them play a positive role in wealth creation and job creation. And I believe what we are doing here today is a step in that direction. The Federation of Kenya Employers celebrates this RPA launch because we believe it is a key milestone in line with promotion of the skills development agenda, lifelong learning, which a number of speakers have talked about, and promotion of global best practice. We recognize that there are people who have acquired skills informally and non-formally during their life, and that these skills are relevant for development of the economy. RPL offers an opportunity to such individuals to have their skills assessed and certified so that they can, among other benefits, enter formal employment, advance in their careers, get entry into formal learning if they so wish, and gain a competitive advantage in entrepreneurship. In essence, I believe what we are doing today boosts the self-esteem and career opportunities of those whose skills will be recognized. As employers, we have been going and seeing a paradox, going through and seeing a paradox, where we're looking for skills. We say that there are thousands of unemployed and underemployed Kenyans, and we look for them. And sometimes we are unable to fill certain positions or identify certain skill sets which we consider critical for businesses. So this mismatch that we've been talking about is real. We have conducted 2 surveys as the Federation of Kenya Employers, one in 2018. It revealed that skills mismatch remains one of the key challenges that employers continue to face in matching the skills they need to the supply available in the market. We did another survey last year in November, and we released these results. That survey showed that employers are still recording what we call some hard-to-fill vacancies, with 20% of employers reporting difficulties in filling certain positions, especially in professional services, in the scientific field, technical area, mining, quarrying, accommodation, and even food service sectors. And we should think that in the food sector there should be all the skills we need. So we believe that RPL provides an alternative pathway that will ease employers' access to an already skilled potential workforce towards the attainment of their business goals. Employers in the formal sector are keen to tap into the competencies presented by their workforce to enhance productivity and competitiveness of their enterprises. As employers, we believe there's a very clear business case for RPL because we significantly contribute to skills development of the workforce in our enterprises. We do this through on-the-job training, through apprenticeships, through coaching and mentorships. Some of these programs that employers run may not award qualifications for the new knowledge and skills attained, yet such skills contribute to successful businesses. And I believe the skills we are recognizing today will contribute to successful businesses. So it is for this reason that employers fully support RPL as both producers and consumers of the skills and champions in encouraging lifelong learning. So all the graduates that are going to graduate today are being prepared for the world in which I live, the world of work. As I conclude, I just want to share with you some of the initiatives that the Federation has taken in enhancing and embracing RPL. And we have been involved with KNQA in this process leading to what we are doing today. We have been part of the inaugural task force for the implementation of RPL, and we will continue to play our role in the following areas. 1, sensitizing employers on RPL and its benefits through partnerships and collaboration with KNQA and others, encouraging employers to uptake skilled workers who have been certified through RPL as a source of the much-needed skills in their workplaces. We will encourage employers with uncertified skilled workers in their enterprises to go for assessment and attain certification of their skills. I want to commend the government on behalf of employers for supporting RPL. We welcome the launch of the RPL policy framework. I want to add my voice to congratulate those who will be graduating today, and we look forward to full-scale and successful implementation of RPL. Professor Kuria was encouraging you to go for further studies, and I support that. But I'm just looking forward to seeing you in the world of work. So take up your space in the world of work to help us build this economy. Congratulations.
Build this economy. Take your place at work. Thank you so much indeed. Very quickly, one of the development partners, unfortunately because of time, he'll have to leave us soon, so I kindly request that tumpe muda wake sasa hivi, dakika 5. Makofi yake Dr. Wilk, Director, Polish Center International Aid. Welcome.
Aid. We are indeed one of the development partners here in Kenya. We are the largest international NGO in Poland, and we've been privileged to be working hand in glove with the Kenya's fire brigades for the last 10 years in training, in capacity development, in vocational training, in the RPL. So that occasion is not only important to the fire brigade community. Can you guys stand up and show how many are you? There are 68 of the firefighters in the room who are celebrating with all of us today because they are the people who actually are getting the vocational diploma somewhere in the middle of their professional careers. So they indeed are getting the recognition of what they know, what they have practiced for many years. Our collaboration with the Kenya's fire brigades has resulted in a massive improvement in the efficiency of the fire brigades in Kenya. A threefold increase in the in the number of fire stations in Kenya. The threefold increase in the number of firefighters employed only in the scope of 10 years. So there is a very clear correlation. There is very, very clear link between the vocational training, increased skill set, and the trust of the county governments to invest in fire brigades, to invest in what is the firefighting capacity. I wanted to really appreciate that together with TVETA, SIDAG, with KNQA, we were able, as PCPM, Polish Center for International Aid, to develop not only the first firefighting vocational curriculum in Kenya, but also the curriculum that by many aspects is the best in Eastern and Southern Africa. In many aspects, it's better than the one in South Africa because it is skills-based curriculum. To my knowledge, one of the very few in the country that is currently implemented. I really wanted also to name a few RPL graduates. Mr. Samuel Kahura, can you stand up? Madam Bilha Bwenjiku, can you stand up? Mr. Urbanos Kialu, Mr. Stuski Tongu, the fire chiefs from Kilifi, from Nyeri, from Tarakaniti, from Garissa, and from Mombasa. Please stand up. Look, you know what? Those people are themselves, are the leaders, are the managers of the entire county fire brigades, and they are being trained alongside with everybody else. They are leading by example. So can I ask you to join in a clap for those people? Ladies and gentlemen, the efficiency of the vocational training in the fire brigade is measured in the number of lives saved. There was a newborn child dumped in a pit latrine by a woman, by a mother in a postnatal shock just a few days ago in Tarakaniti. Fire brigade came, rescued the child. You probably have seen the news stories about gas explosions or fuel tank explosions in Nigeria, where hundreds of people are dying in such accidents because somebody's trying to trickle gasoline from the fuel tank. Nothing like this happens in Kenya because those guys, ladies and gentlemen, are so efficient in their jobs, they manage such emergencies. Now the Kenyan firefighters, because of their skills that they're getting, are not only the best in East Africa, but are also getting job offers from the Gulf states. There is this 170-kilometer long city being built in Saudi Arabia, and now we are being approached to train the fire brigades comprised of Kenyans, because the Kenyan fire brigade is the best in East Africa. You know what? They asked me a few months ago, sir, when did you come to Kenya? I said 19 years ago. So I remember the fire brigade vehicles, they still had the grills in the windows. Because when the fire brigade was coming to the scene, everybody was throwing stones at the fire brigade. Now, at least in Kikuyu, there are songs, how cool it is to be a firefighter. That the firefighter is saving lives, that the firefighter is the job to be, is this prospect for young men and women. This is the relation of the vocational training, of the recognition of player learning that we have all together implemented. So let me take this opportunity to really thank all of the stakeholders, because the RPL is now a pool of highly experienced professionals that not only will have the diploma, but now they are also getting the recognition on the international level. Probably within the next year or two, if there is another building collapse happening in Nairobi or the Nairobi metropolitan area, you will see the first urban search and rescue team in East Africa comprised of the RPL people who are saving lives, and they are following the training protocol, which is on the international level, which is actually established by the UN. Let me conclude this by highlighting that ourselves, as the Development Aid Partner, Polish Center for International Aid, will continue to be committed to support the vocational development, capacity building, qualification improvement of the Kenyan firefighters. We have so far accredited the curricula at level 3 and level 4. We are already looking at curriculum at level 6 for the commanders, for the people in charge. We enjoy and we really appreciate the collaboration with all Kenyan institutions involved. And at the end, let us celebrate these momentous occasions, and congratulations to all RPL graduates, among them the firefighters. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you so much. It's important we celebrate you. Asante sana. Na naambiwa pia Nita wako na kwaya, na hivi karibuni watakuja kututumbuiza kidogo. Lakini kabla ya hapo, ningependa kueleza kwamba kama una haja kwenda msalani, mkono wangu wa kushoto kuna mlango kule, ukisha kwenda mbele kidogo kuna ngazi kwenda chini, pale utaweza kupata msaada. Kwa sasa, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, 5 minutes. These are social partners, the power of strategic partners. Please put your hands together for entrepreneur and founder Akinyi Odongo Foundation, Madam Akinyi Odongo. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu, dakika 5 tafadhali.
All protocols observed. As you've all heard, my name is Akinyi Odongo, OGW. I'm the president and founder of the Akinyi Odongo Group, and Akinyi Odongo Foundation being one of them. We are in 7 key areas in this creative industry. Number one, which really ties to this day, is education. I am an investor in a private TVET institution. I'm glad that my team is here, my support CS and PS. And also to acknowledge that as a private sector, I want to speak, because everything is government heavy, even from the time that we've been listening here. It's very government heavy. And I want to bring in my voice as a private and a local citizen of Kenya and say that indeed the private sector should not be forgotten in all this that are happening. And that is what KNQA has already done. I'm here accompanied by our chair, Dr. Ekra. She's there. She's the chair of private TVET institution in Kenya. And we are putting our voices so that we are part of this conversation that is going on. Number two, I am an employer under the Akinyi Odongo Kenya. It's a high-end fashion brand. And we were among the first employers that were reached out. And I'm glad that what Madam Mugo was talking about is all, I actually practiced it. So whatever you've decided is going to work, and it's working. Because as an employer, I have 6 of tailors that I work with. If they can stand wherever they are, Gladys, Fred, they're somewhere seated. There they are. And those are my employees. And what RPL has done is that now they're not even working for me. They're actually running their own businesses, and I'm subcontracting them. Isn't that amazing? That is the power of RPL. Number 3, I'm speaking here not just as a private sector investor, but also as an RPL expert. And I would like to request all the RPL practitioners in the room. I know a number of us are here. There's a lot of work that we have done across all the 8 counties in Kenya. RPL practitioners, kindly, where are you? The ones who are behind the scenes examining, please, kindly, I know this is impromptu. We don't have them here. Can we appreciate these people? I'm among the RPL practitioners, and we are many. We did training through the support of ILO, KNQA, and NITA, and I assure you, all the graduates that are graduating today have passed through our hands. And let me just paint a picture of what it looks like to be kindly have a seat, thank you. And all those who are not able to attend today, we appreciate you. Let me just paint a little picture, because sometimes you're talking about RPL and how it's happening, but you may not be able to understand. I remember the second exam that we did, and you hear we have people from the refugee camps and all that. How RPL is done is we have to understand your language. If you look at the exam papers, they are all in English, and not everybody speaks English. All of you here who are driving, your mechanic probably doesn't have a degree or doesn't have any qualification, but you take your Mercedes-Benz, I'm Luo, you know, and they're the ones, you never ask them what is your qualification, but they actually look at your engine and prepare it and make it. If I took the paper in English to that mechanic to do an exam, he will fail that exam because he may not be able to write. So as the RPL practitioners, what do we do in class? As they were doing their exams, if I assume is a foreigner, I think there was an experience I had with, I think some Rwandese, they only speak French. I don't speak French. But can you imagine we have to translate it and write it for them? You know, you show the, what is a bobbin? As a tailor, I'm talking about like bobbin. I'm giving you an example. It means I point that thing to the tailor, they will tell you bobbin. But if she read in the exam paper, she would fail. So this is what RPL exam is all about. So we are not here to judge people. English is a foreign language. So the RPL practitioners who were going to Kirinyaga and get the tailor in front of the shop, and they're supposed to do the exam. When we are calling them, you saw a video of one of us looking at the ID and what they have done. We even speak to them in the local language so that they're able to understand, because English cannot make us fail you. That's how powerful RPL is. Thank you. So this is just not something that is for the purposes of graduation. It's a deeper thing that is going to support even the lowest person in the village. That mama in the village can get a certification. My former tailors, as I can call them, are now people running their own businesses, and they can ask for tenders because they have certification. One of the things that also this has done, it gives them pride. I'm sure you saw all these graduates dancing around here, and they're feeling very, very proud about themselves. It gives them dignity. It makes them human. It makes them go to the next level. And I want to appreciate you, Madam Kande, and I will still challenge you in the fashion industry and the creative sector as a whole. We are ready to create more and more courses so that we can be able to examine DJs, examine dancers, examine event organizers. Kayamba Africa, are you certified? They were here singing. I don't know if they have certificates, but I believe RPL can now be able to give us certificates. And I'm also looking for my, Dr. Kande, attention please. I'm looking for my degree or PhD in fashion. RPL, kindly. Thank you. God bless Kenya. To the graduates, congratulations, and I'm so proud of you.
Wow, that was powerful. Makofi tafadhali. Ram Akinyi Odongo OGW. Na tunafahamishwa kuna wenzetu Rwandese, Burundians, mes amis, bienvenue au Kenya avec beaucoup de plaisir et avec beaucoup d'amour. English cannot make you fail. Mmesikia hiyo? Sasa ni skills. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, our next speaker. Makofi to senior trainer and RPL coordinator, Base Titanium, Kwale, Madam Joan Kago. Makofi yake tafadhali, dakika 5.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, graduates, good afternoon. My name is Joan Kago. I'm the senior trainer and coordinator RPL at Base Titanium, a mining company in Kwale, Kenya. It's with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today on this unique occasion to mark a milestone towards the launch of recognition of prior learning policy and the graduation ceremony. Today marks a significant step in Kenya towards empowering individuals and fostering inclusivity within the formal sector in Kenya. Today, we are privileged to have representatives from various sectors, our delegates, executives, learning institutions, industry leaders, and graduates, all united in sharing the vision of building a stronger, more resilient workforce for Kenya through RPL. For far too long, traditional education systems have overlooked the expertise and capabilities of individuals who have not followed conventional pathways. Allow me to give a case study of Base Titanium, where we were privileged to lead the formal sector in sponsoring 32 employees in the first RPL pilot phase, and we are currently working and in the process of nominating another 200 plus in RPL upon the launch of this policy today. The launch and implementation of RPL policy is a testament to our commitment to rectifying this oversight, to embracing diversity, and to harness the full potential of our workforce. Collaboration lines at the heart of RPL initiative is through partnerships between government, academia, industries, and individuals that can create meaningful pathways for skills recognition and development. By working together, we can ensure curriculum and assessment in the workplace are aligned with industrial needs and standards, enabling individuals to gain recognition for their unique skills and competencies acquired through formal and informal learning experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, learning institutions play a crucial role in this collaboration by partnering with industries relevant and with industries to design relevant and up-to-date curriculum. We can ensure that graduates are well prepared to meet the demands of the job market. Additionally, by incorporating workplace and work-based assessment into their programs, we can provide students with opportunities to demonstrate their skills in the real world setting, the world of work. The government, distinguished guests, delegates, learning institutions, and industry leaders present here today, I urge you to continue supporting initiatives like the recognition of prior learning that promote collaboration between academia and industry. By working together, we can develop curriculum and assessment that reflect the evolving needs of the workforce. We can ensure that our people are equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in today's competitive landscape of the world of work. As we embark on this new chapter with the launch of the recognition of prior learning policy, let us reaffirm our commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Let us embrace the power of RPL to unlock the full potential of every individual and to build a stronger, more resilient workforce for the benefit of all and opening doors for skills mobility. To the graduates, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. Your dedication, perseverance, and commitment have led to this moment of triumph. Through your participation in the RPL program, you have not only demonstrated your competency, but also your resilience and adaptability. Each of you has a unique story to tell, a journey filled with challenges, triumphs, and invaluable experiences. Today we celebrate not only your academic achievements, but the wealth of knowledge you bring from your diverse backgrounds and life experiences. Your success today serves as a testament to the power of RPL to transform lives and unlock opportunities for personal and professional growth. As you embark to the next phase of your journey, remember that your skills and experiences are valuable assets that contribute to the success of our nation. In closing, I would like to acknowledge and express my gratitude to all those who have contributed in the development and implementation of the RPL policy. Your dedication and vision have laid the foundation for a more inclusive and prosperous future for Kenya. Congratulations once again to the graduates, and may your journey be filled with continued success, growth, and fulfillment. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, Nita Kwaya mpo wapi? Nita Kwaya, mjitayarishe baada ya hapa, tuwape nafasi ya kututumbuiza. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO Shining Hope for Communities, Shofco, Kennedy Odede. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thank you very much to the Deputy President, Cabinet Secretaries, PSAs, or government leaders, our distinguished guests, our graduates, and all guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Honorable Kinoti Gatobu. I lead government relations in Shofco. I bring you greetings from the CEO and founder of Shining Hope for Communities, Shofco, Dr. Kennedy Odede, and the entire SHOFCO team here with us. SHOFCO guests, please, you may be standing so that we appreciate you. Let's appreciate them with a clap. Of the 900 candidates receiving their qualifications today, 102 of them have been sponsored by SHOFCO. They are artisans in the government housing project in Kibra, and we are happy to see many of them here. Please, our artisans from Kibera, you may be standing, please. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. You may be seated, please. We congratulate them, and we also congratulate all the other graduates from Ruiru and from every part of the country. Our first observation is thank God for the long journey we've walked. The certification of the 102 artisans from Kibra started in the year 2022, when the president and the deputy president came to launch the government housing project in Kibera, and then the meeting with the founder of SHOFCO, that is Dr. Odede, and he has been born and brought up in Kibera, and he understands the challenges of the artisans there. Many of them have the skills, but many of them have never been in a formal school. So SHOFCO fund to pay for the testing of this through the RPL framework, and through NITA, this has been made possible. And we see this as a great milestone, and really appreciate government and all the government agencies that have walked this long journey with us. SHOFCO was founded in the year 2004, and for the 20 years of its existence, we've done a lot in partnership in government in various sectors. If you go to Kibera today, about 90% of residents there, that 7,000 families every day, receive water, clean drinking water from SHOFCO. In education, we have 2 institutions, STAR institutions. We have the SHOFCO Kibera School for Girls, which was started 7 years ago, and throughout the years, it has transformed the lives of over 2,000 girls. In the KCP 2023, it was the best school in Kibera sub-county. We also have the Madare School for Girls, which was started 4 years ago, and for the 4 years of its existence, it has transformed the lives of 763 girls. It was also the best school in Madare sub-county in the KCP 2023. We have development projects in 40 counties, and for the 20 years of existence, we've impacted the lives of over 3 million Kenyans in various counties. We are happy to see our government colleagues whom we've worked with, especially NITA, KNQA, and others. We really appreciate you. Several NGOs fear working with government, but at SHOFCO, we take a lot of joy in working with government. We love the community. We serve various communities across the country. And most importantly, we love the government also and appreciate the work that the government does. So we don't shy off in working with the government on various projects, especially the ones that positively impact our communities. For instance, our CEO was amongst the coordination committee members of the COVID-19 intervention strategies, and whatever the government was able to achieve in dealing with that challenge was largely led by our input as Shining Hope for Communities, which is SHOFCO. Yours truly, before I came to SHOFCO, I served in government for a long time. I used to be the member of parliament for Bore constituency in Meru County. Then in 2017, I ran for governor Meru, but I was not successful. From 2017 to 2022, I served with many of you as the director of the President's Delivery Unit. We've worked with the Ministry of Housing in so many projects till my contract ended in 2022. So though we're in the NGO space, we are not strangers in government. We understand government well, and we take pleasure in working with various government agencies to deliver the dream for empowering our Kenyan people, especially the youth. We have a special place in our hearts for the youth. Our CEO started SHOFCO 20 years ago when he was just 24 years old. And through him, we see the beauty of what Kenyan youth can achieve. I became a member of parliament at the age of 26. I was the youngest member of parliament in the 11th parliament. And when we see the potential in these young Kenyans, we endeavor to deliver on it. Finally, before I finish, to our government colleagues, various government agencies, and the deputy president from wherever he's watching from, the 102 youths we've supported in Kibera to attain the RPL qualification is less than 1% of what we do in SHOFCO. For the last 1 year alone, we've paid school fees for 7,700 young Kenyans, all school fees, across 21 counties in this country. We have 966 from Nairobi, we have 152 from Nyeri, we have 202 from Vihiga, and all over the country. And the resources we have is just to sponsor these children through TVETs and through vocational training centers across the country. We didn't have a plan of how to help them begin work after school. So to our dear partners in the private sector and also in government, if you can help us fulfill the dream of these young Kenyans. As SHOFCO, we don't train these young Kenyans on various courses in TVETs and also RPL just for the papers. We train them to help get a livelihood. So if we can partner in helping these young Kenyans, the ones we've sponsored in beauty industry to buy equipment to start a barber shop, a salon, and so on, the ones we've sponsored in carpentry to buy toolkits to begin their carpentry shop, and so on, we believe we can achieve more. We are really geared towards transforming the youth in this country, and we make a commitment. If you can help us ensure these 7,700 we've taken for the last 1 year translate into gainful employment, whether employed or self-employment, we can assure you as SHOFCO will continue doing more. We can even take double of that for the next 2 years to continue the transformation of our young people. So congratulations, our graduates. Thank you very much, all the partners in government and even outside government who have made this possible. And as the shining hope for communities, we look forward to working with all of you to make the young people of Kenya and all the people of Kenya, both old and young, being successful in life. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Wow. Making all the people of Kenya successful in life. As we continue on, before we get to listen to development partners, wajua Waswahili wanasema mtaka cha mvunguni sharti, na kwa kweli nyie mlifanya hivyo, ndo kwa maana leo mnapata cheti. Hapa kuna QR code. Chukueni simu. Hapa mtapata nafasi kemkem, nafasi ya kusoma, nafasi ya kuendelea katika masala ya masomo yenu. Utapata kujua ni mambo gani yanahitajika, si tu hapa nchini, lakini hata nchi zingine kule nje. Scan that QR code and get that open opportunity to study abroad, to expand your horizon and make a difference in the end to our beloved country. We have Vision 2030 coming in the next 6 years. We need to make a difference before then. Very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, to listen to some of our development partners, please a big round of applause to Senior Coordinator Africa Continental Qualifications Framework Project 11, Ms. Eduarda Castelbranco. Welcome, welcome. Makofi yake tafadhali.
Thanks for this invitation. Eduardo Castelbranco on behalf of the project African Continental Qualifications Framework. Excellencies, representatives, high-level representatives of the government, all stakeholders in this room, it's with immense joy and emotion that I stand here, and I want to thank very much Dr. Alice Kande and KNQA for the invitation. So I'd like to just take a few minutes of your time for a statement. And I was asked to say a few words about also RPL in global terms and especially in African terms. So, again, on behalf of the implementation and coordination team of the African Union project supporting implementation of the ACQF, African Continental Qualifications Framework 2, not 11, we express sincere gratitude for your invitation to participate in such a celebration of the power of learning. This testifies that the impossible becomes possible when there is a common vision and joint commitment of all levels of governance and stakeholders in a country. Your country, Kenya, takes this matter seriously. You are an example. The highest authority of the country, the President of the Republic, champions RPL. This is unseen. This is a marvelous example. The private sector is an engine of RPL. And the NQF is the home and provides the coherence to all this with KNQA. We need such examples across the continent, the African continent. Besides a relevant policy, there is a concrete implementation. And to prove it, the RPL graduates, marvelous, looking wonderful, so encouraging, this image. And they are proud. Different demographics we have here in the room, they are all proud because their experience, their knowledge, their skills now are recognized and visible. Their lives have now so much more and better opportunity. This is a glorious day for Kenya, but it is also meaningful for Africa and the world. Because your country is not only innovating, but it's also giving this innovation a highly visible and assured place in the ecosystem of lifelong learning and employability for all population groups. From being a pilot experiment, RPL becomes integral part of this education, training system, qualifications system. Let me say a few words about the fact that RPL is even more important nowadays, that we are all living, all our countries of the world, through a very deep, wide, and multiple layer transformation. So our world is a transformation and skills are key. The most recent global data and analysis, such as the 2023 report of the World Economic Forum on the future of jobs, demonstrates that the full potential of the green economy, the green economic growth, and also sustainable society, as well as the digital and AI transformation, will be determined by the capacity of governments and societal forces to boost access to learning, to upskilling and reskilling in diverse and novel approaches. These novel approaches have already been mentioned today, and thank you very much, Professor Mike Kuria. Approaches that combine all types and modalities and contexts of learning. The new types of certification, the new types of credentials, small micro-learning, the combination with the full qualifications, and the recognition of the skills and competences people acquire in life and at work. This report of the World Economic Forum also tells us that almost 50% of the core skills of the working population will have to change in a period of 5 years. That's immense, and that's also an immense call to education and training systems, qualification systems. And to adapt to transformation and to remain employable, imagine the effort in retraining, upskilling, and reskilling. This will require from each ecosystem of skills development a very large effort to be able to adapt, to deliver, and lead on the transformation, so that education and training systems, qualifications are not lagging behind the pace of transformation. Recognition of prior learning gives us wings, gives us new opportunities to further education and training and to decent jobs, creates bridges to new learning. It is an ally of the reskilling and upskilling pathways we all need to embrace. It's a source of innovation and improvements in learning and also in assessment, modalities, mechanisms, tools of learning outcomes. It's therefore an innovation and a change, a game changer in education and training methods themselves. It's a new paradigm, a paradigm that all learning matters. Recognition of prior learning has a growing space in qualification systems globally. Regional communities, as well as countries, are increasingly adopting RPL policies and implementation mechanisms closely associated with the national qualification system. That's the case, for example, of the 27 EU member states. In fact, since 2012, the EU adopted a wide orientation and roadmap to foster and to boost development and implementation of RPL across all European Union member states. And the monitoring, steering, coordination of this process is actually done by the European Qualifications Framework Advisory Group. So this recommendation on validation, as RPL is called in the EU, is used for a wide range of purposes, uses, policy uses, and for groups, different population and demographics groups, including to support early school leavers and school dropouts. So the range of uses of RPL is very wide, and that's a point we'd like to make here. It's not only to acquire a full qualification, but various ranges of needs and possibilities, and also the wishes of these very autonomous learners and candidates who have the courage to embrace RPL as a new pathway in their lives. In the context of Africa, and I'm not going to take much more time, RPL has long-standing roots, actually, in form of traditional methods and instruments, such as, for example, trade tests. But the surge, the growth of national qualifications frameworks in a growing number of African countries is now visibly contributing to rethink and modernize RPL, so opening up to more flexible and personalized forms of use, linking to the new reflection on micro-credentials. Again, thank you to Professor Mike Curia for lifelong learning and employability. And that's the case, for example, in countries that are currently working with the project ACQF2, such as Ghana and Cabo Verde, West Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Eswatini, Seychelles. This is the SADC region, Mauritius as well, in which there is a full clarity across the government that NQF and RPL are both part of the same ecosystem of lifelong learning and qualifications. So countries with long NQF history, such as Mauritius, Seychelles, have now embarked in rethinking and review of the NQF, which give a new light, a new strength to lifelong learning, to articulation, to progression, because these are actually the important purposes of any national qualifications framework. And as this means also to enhancements to recognition of prior learning and other related policies, such as credit accumulation and transfer. So in the countries that are new, countries that have approved and are now starting implementation of new NQF, so the new generation national qualifications frameworks, RPL now is being integrated from the very start in the NQF policy document, in the NQF implementation tools and roadmaps. I'm going to complete very soon, Mr. Moderator, just a few additional words. The benefits of RPL are expressed at all levels, at level of the learner or candidate, the education and employment system, the companies, the employers, the society, and the government. All all actually benefit from well-implemented RPL. In certain countries, RPL has played a fundamental role in qualifying large population groups that had no documentation for the skills they possessed, and making the routes to further education more inclusive and accessible, and at the same time making the economy more competitive. In other countries, RPL is a space for government and companies to better regulate employment in the emerging and strategic economic sectors by providing access to qualifications to employees who have experienced skills, motivation. In the third group of countries, there is a huge pressure from inflow of refugees and migrants, as well as inflow of returning migrants from labor market experiences in other countries. And so this is another very important use of RPL adapted to the different contexts. Let me say that if I would use just a few kind of keywords, RPL means identifying the needs, means policy, means participatory, inclusive governance, where all players are part of the game, means implementation tools and methods, and it means also buy-in. It means take-up. In many countries, RPL is suffering from low take-up of the population. Why? Because there is not enough guidance and communication. Data and monitoring and evaluation is fundamental to make RPL systems functional and effective. And the link with the NQF, let me emphasize this once again. So I saw with great pleasure that all the qualifications awarded here in the case of Kenya, they bear the national qualifications level. That's really amazing, and I can only congratulate you for such an achievement. RPL is to become a full member and part of education and qualification systems, not a parallel, not an alternative anymore, but part of that ecosystem. And when this happens, then the skills revolution is then really happening. And to conclude, I just want to say that next week, the ACQF2 project is going to publish the report of the RPL survey that was conducted across the continent. And this survey has very interesting, I would say very self-explanatory also results, including on the high interest, motivation of all countries to develop and implement RPL systems, as well as on the world of work that has to be done to get there. And the African continent has everything, has all the necessary power to solve the problems, to build hope, to provide new opportunities. That's the spirit of the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. The Africa we want. We've started so that those who will make it in 2063, they will tell a different story of those who are alive now. So hongera, hongera, hongera. Nafahamishwa ya kwamba kiongozi wetu, mheshimiwa wetu, naibu rais amewasili. Naomba tafadhali tujitayarishe, akija tumkaribishe, ama vipi? Kwa sababu tunahitaji uongozi wake ili tuweze kuhitimisha dimio yetu. Lakini kwa sasa, kabla ya hapo, naomba tafadhali nita kwaya muwe tayari, na pia Kayamba Africa muwe tayari. But before that, tumkaribishe makofi tafadhali, Chief Technical Advisor, International Labour Organization. Welcome.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon. What a great day this is for the people of Kenya. The recognition of prior learning, the launch of the recognition of prior learning policy is symbolic and further affirms the country's and social partners' commitment to improve the quality of Kenya's workforce in a most inclusive way. The International Labour Organization is the United Nations Agency for the World of Work. It brings together governments, workers, and employer organizations in setting the normative standards for the world of work, underpinned on the principles of social justice, that everyone, no matter where they are born, have a fair chance at life. And you would agree with me that this is embodied in RPL. Having recently marked 100 years of existence, the ILO's vision looking forward is not surprisingly one of an inclusive, human-centered future of work as espoused in the Centenary Declaration, which recommends, among other things, an entitlement to lifelong learning, and many speakers before me alluded to that. This, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, contributes towards achieving Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, which aspires for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The third generation of the Decent Work Country Program, the framework for ILO's engagement, commits to support all member states and social partners to pursue SDG Goal 4, that is inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, alongside Goal 8, which is decent work and economic growth, both of which call for member states to invest in quality training that is inclusive and responsive to the dynamic needs of the market for improved employment prospects. The ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work released a report with 10-point recommendations to attain a future of decent work. One of those recommendations is a universal entitlement for lifelong learning that enables people to skill, reskill, and upskill. Skills and competency recognition is one of the tools that can facilitate upskilling amongst workers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in December 2019, the ILO's 14th Africa Regional Meeting concluded with the adoption of the Abidjan Declaration, which calls for investments in decent jobs, the institutions of work, and sustainable growth in order to achieve a human-centered future of work in Africa, to enable people to benefit from the opportunities of the changing world of work. ILO Convention 142 and Recommendation number 195 on human resources development, education, training, and lifelong learning calls on member states to establish a framework for the recognition and certification of skills, including prior learning and previous experience, irrespective of the countries where these were acquired and whether formally or informally. And that's why we've had speakers before me mention refugees, migrants, those that have gained experiences in their countries of origin. RPL, ladies and gentlemen, facilitates mobility of workers, access to better jobs. And I think Akinyi spoke to that her former employees are now owners of economic units. Opportunity for lifelong learning and better training prospects, and that was alluded to by the Commission for University Education. RPL also is a powerful tool through which workers in the informal economy can gradually move to the formal economy and benefit from more decent jobs as they acquire certification, proving their competencies and knowledge. The ILO has provided technical assistance to the government of Kenya in developing the policy frameworks, and implementation guidelines, including the integration of RPL principles into national education and training policies. To ensure inclusive access and participation in the RPL system through ILO technical support, integrated and comprehensive policy actions were taken with special attention to disadvantaged groups, including women, young people, migrants, and refugees, to ensure that no one is left behind. Through action-oriented trainings, the ILO continues to assist in building the capacity of the National Advisory Councils, National Implementation Committee, RPL practitioners, relevant stakeholders such as government agencies, employers, and trade unions to implement recognition of prior learning programs effectively. This involves training programs, workshops, etc., aimed at enhancing understanding and skills in RPL assessment, validation, and certification. Kenya, being a country that is digital, and for better governance of RPL, the ILO has further provided technical and financial support towards the development of the RPL integrated management system, infrastructure setup, training programs, and implementation of the IMS to strengthen data analytics, digitize skills recognition processes, and certification mechanisms in Kenya. To ensure that the RPL offering is continually improving and responsive to the labor market and training realities, the ILO conducts research on RPL good practices and experiences from other countries, which can inform the design and implementation of RPL programs in Kenya. We will continue to support knowledge sharing and networking among countries and stakeholders engaged in RPL. As the policy development ensued, a pilot rollout was supported across 7 counties in various priority sector skills. And the ILO supported 350 candidates from various counties, with some of those graduating today, and we celebrate you. This ensured that critical feedback on implementation was plowed back to improve the policy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure RPL assessment and certification processes are meaningful and lead to greater labor market outcomes for the candidates, the ILO is supporting the identification and assessment of occupations in key economic sectors that are ready for RPL. This entails a systematic assessment of the key sectors for the development of occupational standards, especially where none exist in formal institutions. A sustainable financing mechanism is critical for successful RPL implementation. The ILO has assisted in determining differentiated unit cost for assessment to ensure that there is an adequate, predictable, and sustainable costing, financing, and revenue sharing mechanism in order to guarantee an effective RPL system in Kenya. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are truly, truly delighted to be a partner in Kenya's RPL journey and commit our continued support towards its rollout to all sectors where it is needed for the benefit of the economy, the workers, and economic units that drive it. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Makofi ya tafadhali. Wenzangu, mheshimiwa ameshafika, na mimi nikimalizia nasema it has been an honor serving you as the moderator. Lakini nawaacha with this little story. Let's have the video please. Alafu tupate kutumbuizwa. Makofi yake Mbesa pia ametutafsiria kwa lugha ya ishara. Asante sana. Sote tunasaidiana. Eyes on the screen. Kuna wakati wa Kenya tulikuwa tukikimbia, mtu akitupita tunamfanya nini? Tunamgonga. In life, it's not enough to run. Sometimes you have to fly to win. Lakini, sometimes you fall down. You hit your head on the floor. This is a Kenyan athlete. She was wounded, but she picked herself up. She kept on running, and guess what? She became number one. She became number one. But the reason why I share this story, our Kenyan athlete was close to the finish line, but he couldn't make it. Others were passing him. Others wanted to be champions. Others wanted accolades. Look at his other Kenyan brother. Decides to stop and pick up his brother and win together. That's why we are here today. We are saying we will pick our brothers and sisters together and create the Kenya we want. Kwa sasa naomba tu wakaribishe Nita Choir, alafu baada ya hapo Kayamba Afrika. Makofi yao tafadhali.
Shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL. Tupongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL.
Ujuzi bora kwa wafanyakazi.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Tupongeza NITA.
Ujuzi bora kwa wafanyakazi.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Tupongeza NITA. Leo tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. Leo tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. Leo tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. Tupongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL. Tupongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL. Tupongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL.
Mipango bora ya viwanda vyetu.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Tupongeza NITA.
Mipango bora ya viwanda vyetu.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Tupongeza NITA. Leo tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. Leo tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. tunasherehekea, kwa furaha tunazindua sera ya RPL. Twapongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL. Twapongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL. Twapongeza shirika la NITA kuwezesha kutekeleza sera ya RPL.
Ajira nyingi zitapatikana.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Twapongeza NITA.
Ajira nyingi zitapatikana.
Sera ya RPL
ni juhudi na uadilifu.
Twapongeza NITA.
Leo ni furaha shirika la NITA hakuwajibika. Leo ni furaha shirika la NITA hakuwajibika. Wahitimu wetu tunawapongeza kwa juhudi zenu. Wahitimu wetu tunawapongeza kwa juhudi zenu. Kwa ujuzi wenu.
Asante sana.
Taifa uchumi uzidi.
Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Hinga. Welcome.
Ujuzi wenu mjenge taifa.
Asante sana. NITA kwaya. Asante, makofi yao tafadhali. Moja kwa moja tutapata sasa kutumbuizwa na Kayamba Afrika, na naona jukwani kiongozi wetu pia yuko tayari, Rose Gakuo. Karibu sana, makofi yao tafadhali.
Asante sana mwenzangu Mwakazi, na bila shaka vile ambavyo wamesema tayari tumesikia kutoka vikundi tofauti tofauti. Tuwape nafasi hii Kayamba Afrika. Vile vile wakati tutakuwa tunamlaki na kumpokea Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, bendi hii ya Kayamba Afrika itatuongoza vile vile na wimbo wa taifa, lakini ikiwa hivyo bado tutapata studio kuongeza na kufanya ile kazi pamoja na Kayamba Afrika. Basi mabibi na mabwana, wanasema Waswahili, wakati ambapo umekuwa umemngoja mgeni, inakuwa ni kwamba mgeni njoo mwenyeji yapone. Na tayari Wizara ya Elimu imekuwa ikihakikisha kwamba matibabu inaendelea sawa sawa. Lakini leo tunapata dawa, tunapata stashahada zetu, tunapata yale makaratasi ambayo haswa inatakikana katika kukuza kazi zetu. Hivyo basi Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais atakapokuwa anaingia, sote tutakuwa tumesimama, nitakuwa natangaza hayo. Baada ya hapo tutaupata wimbo wa taifa na maombi, kisha tuanze rasmi ratiba yetu. Kwa sasa Kayamba Afrika.
Mabibi na mabwana, natumai tumemngoja mgeni wetu na kwa sasa anafika, lakini kawaida ni vizuri tujichangamshe kidogo ndipo tutaweza kumkaribisha vema. Naomba kama kunao wale ambao wametoka upande wa Eastern, nipe mkono wako. Watu wa kutoka Eastern, mupo? Nyinyi ndio mtatuongoza. Naomba tusimame kidogo tuimbe huu wimbo ambao tulikuwa tukiimba kitambo. Tafadhali, ndio tunyoroshe misuli, na naomba kwa sasa tusije upande huu. Raha jipatie papo ambapo upo. Tumeelewana? Asante. Twende. Unajua watu wa Eastern wanaanzaga mbio na wanamaliza mbio. Tunaenda. George track. Namna hii kidogo. Nyosha kidogo. Ni mudeo. Alafu unacheza kilume kidogo. Kilume ni namna hii. Mbele, kata. Mbele, nyuma. Ndamukanga dhamba mao zanuwezwe na njela mwa twakai mai nikanani ndiwe ni mudeo 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 muno. Haya, twende mbele. Georgie track. Haya, mikono namna hii. Wakamba turoge. Kulamba, soane ya kulamba, kulamba ni kuseo, ni toilete kulamba, mundo tese kulamba, soane ya kulamba, kulamba ni kuseo, ni toilete kulamba. Kulamba ni kuoga, ni toilete kulamba. Nyosha mikono kabisa. Kala kamwana he, kanangengie, kanangengie. Nyosha mkono mbele. Nyosha mkono mbele. Wakona winanya tukulenguni tokoae, tukulenguni tokoae. Kala kamwana he, kanangengie. Nyosha mkono. Kanangengie. Hivyo. Tukulevia. Hapo. Wana wakona winanya tukulenguni tokoae, tukulenguni tokoae. Twende kilume tena. Twende. Ayaye. Turudi. Mundu tese kulamba, soane ya kulamba. Nyosha kabisa. Kulamba ni kuseo, ni toilete kulamba. Mundu tese kulamba, soane ya kulamba. Kulamba ni kuseo, ni toilete kulamba. Umelela, umelela, umelela. Weka hivyo. Umelela, 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 umelela.
Sawa basi, shukrani
Mwanambe.
sana kwa Kayamba Afrika, Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais. Sasa akiwa anawasili hapa ukumbini kwetu, basi tunasalia kusimama ikiwa Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais anawasili hapa akiwa pamoja na mawaziri, magavana, katibu wetu wakuu, ikiwa ni sherehe kubwa na ya kufana tunaposherekea siku ya leo uzinduzi wa sera hii, siku ambayo mimi sisikii kelele na shamra kumkaribisha Naibu Rais. Asanteni sana Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, mabibi na mabwana. Basi tupate wimbo wa taifa na ule wa Jumuiya ya Mashariki.
E Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. E Mungu, twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tuiduize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante Kayamba Afrika. Tunaposalia kusimama, tuombe Bwana Abdi Kuno na Daktari Teresia Njora kutuongoza kwa sala. Wakati Kayamba Afrika wanaposonga, basi Bwana Kuno na Bi Abdi kuja hapa mbele.
Na tuombe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Tuendelee na maombi.
Mwenyezi Mungu, katika jina la Yesu Kristo tumekuja mbele yako jioni ya leo tukisema Baba ni asanti, ni kwa sababu umetupatia hii siku Jehova. Ni siku ambayo imepangwa kwa muda mrefu, lakini Baba wewe ndio umefanya ikaweza kufika Jehova. Tunasema ni asanti. Tunasema ni asanti kwa sababu ya wageni wetu, our Deputy President, Deputy Rigathi Gachagua, na wageni wote ambao wamekuja pamoja na grandparents wote Jehova, na Kenya mzima. Tunasema ni asanti. Ni asanti kwa sababu ya hii sherehe Jehova, ni kwa sababu umetuondolea aibu kwa jua kali katika jina la Yesu Kristo, ya kwamba tunaenda kupata cheti siku ya leo Jehova, na tutaona aibu tena tukienda hata kutafuta kazi katika jina la Yesu Kristo. Uinuliwe Baba na utukuzwe milele, na ni katika jina la Yesu Kristo Baba tunaomba tukiamini, amen.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais. Mabibi na mabwana, basi sote tuketi. Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais Jamhuri ya Kenya Rigathi Gachagua, uongozi wa kaunti ya Nairobi tukiongozwa na naibu gavana wa Nairobi Mheshimiwa Njoroge Mushiri, gavana wa Kericho na vile mwakilishi wa magavana kuhusu masuala ya elimu Daktari Eric Mutai, waziri wa masomo Ezekiel Machogu, katibu wakuu kutoka wizara tofauti waliofika hapa, viongozi wa mashirika yote ya kudhibitisha mafunzo ya mwindo na mwigo ikiwa ni pamoja na KNQA, Kati, NITA na SIDAC na wengineo, wakufunzi wote waliobobea katika nyanja tofauti na ambao tunawasherehekea siku ya leo. Mabibi na mabwana, Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, kweli ni furaha na kweli tunaona ni heshima kubwa kuwa upo mahala hapa wakati tunaendelea na uzinduzi wa sera ya utambuzi wa ujuzi wa awali, yani masomo ambayo tumeyatambua kwa kuyapata pale kazini, tumejua tunapofanya kibarua na katika tu uzoefu wa maisha. Basi Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, tunashukuru kwako hapa na vile kuona sherehe ya kufuzu kwa wakufunzi hawa. Bila kupoteza muda, Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, ukiona inafaa, kwa heshima kuu ningependa kumuomba Bi Alice Kande ambaye ni kiongozi wa Kenya National Qualifications Authority KNQA, Bi Alice kuja kusema machache na kutuambia yatakayojiri katika sherehe hii. Karibu.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, Principal Secretary is present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much once again. We are gathered here this afternoon to celebrate, and this being a culmination of a journey that we have all walked together as a country, and we're saying together as one, in appreciating what makes us, the fabric that we are ourselves, appreciating the skills, the unique skills that we have, the competencies that we have and our people have, and appreciating that we need a system that works for us. Your Excellency, we are here as the Kenya National Qualifications Authority hosting this event. But this is a culmination of collaborative efforts between several sectors and several agencies. Specifically, with us, we have the Ministry of Labor, because the reason as to why we're here for the launch of recognition of prior learning policy, it is a policy that appreciates and provides for recognition of learning, that it happens anywhere, anytime, and that we can package that kind of learning so that it can be assessed in a manner that one can be certified as long as it has met the stipulated requirements. So we have standards and guidelines that are provided that would be able to subject anyone who has a skill and a competence, so that once they provide the evidence that they have and they're taken through the very properly provided process of recognition of prior learning, that person can be given an opportunity opportunity to be assessed, an opportunity to take advantage of what any other person who has a certificate would get. We're talking about job opportunities that are out there. We're also looking at the many youths who do not have meaningful jobs, decent jobs that are dignified. And we know that if one has a certificate that clearly talks about what I have and what I can do, it pulls you at a higher level where you would be able to negotiate. You would be able to get what is rightfully yours. And with us, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, we do have, other than the launch of the policy, we have a team that was taken through the assessment through recognition of prior learning. This was a team that was taken through the piloting phase because we thought it is important before we do a launch of a policy. We are quite certain that it is addressing the need that we have seen. We are grateful that together with our partners, we were able to carefully look at that segment, and specifically allow me to say that a key component that we have in our population that we are so proud of, that is the jua kali sector, or in other words, a sector that they call themselves the hustlers. We are all hustler nation, and we know that we are saying that we are proud of what we can do, but we are grateful that the government has brought in a heart to say that what you can do, let it be packaged in form of a certificate so that you can leverage all the opportunities that are out there. We are grateful, Your Excellency, that this policy is there, and we shall be graduating people who have been taken through the piloting phase. Today we have 993 graduates who were taken through during the assessment phase. It is a testament that this was a timely activity and policy that was required for the nation that is going to drive development of this country and also promote the level of our the public at large. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for gracing this event, and we are ready then as the sector players to ensure that with this policy we address that critical need of equipping our people with certificates after they have demonstrated the skills and competencies that they have acquired. Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll be working with the jua kali sector, and you will be able to see how integrated we are. We will be working with the Ministry of Labor. We will be working with the Housing Department. We are also looking at all other agencies that have an opportunity that would create jobs, so that once we have those certificates, we're also providing a linkage where a certificate is directed to culminate into a proper and meaningful engagement. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Many thanks, Director General KNQA. Graduates tupo. Hatusikii kilele jamani, na ni siku yetu. Tupo. Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, furaha ambayo unasikia ni kwamba wanamkua msimamo wenyu wa serikali hii wa bottom up, kusema kwamba msimamo wenyu ni kwamba kila mtu apate kunufaika. Basi ikiwa ni hivyo, tupate kusikia zaidi kuhusu sekta hii, na namuona Bwana Richard Muteti yupo tayari. Karibu CEO Kenya Jua Kali Federation.
Your Excellency and Chief Guest, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Mochogu, Governors present, the Deputy Governor of the County of Nairobi, the Council of Governors representative, Principal Secretaries present, the Chief Technical Advisor and Officer in Charge of International Labour Organization, our great partner, Madam Jacqueline Mugo, the Executive Director of Federation of Kenya Employees, all CEOs and senior government officials present, my colleague industry and labor sector representatives, and most importantly, our jua kali sector graduates. Mpo? Asanteni sana. Amjambo? Your Excellency, the jua kali sector has a slogan that says the use nguvu, ujuzi na ajira. Ni kweli? Jua kali sector? Hatujasikia vizuri. Jua kali sector? Mmefurahi kuona? Mmefurahi kuona Deputy President wetu? Wangapi wamefurahi? Wapi nduru ya Deputy President? Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Deputy President and Chief Guest, today is a great day as millions of skilled artisans and hustlers from across the country are celebrating the approval and official launch of the long-awaited recognition of prior learning policy framework in Kenya. The Kenya National Federation of Juakali Associations therefore wishes to take this an early opportunity to thank the government for prioritizing this policy in your first cabinet meeting held in January 2024. This was truly a New Year's gift, special gift to the skilled artisans and craftspersons in the informal sector who have been deploying their hard-earned skills and competencies in the national economy, but still missed numerous opportunities due to the lack of certification to recognize them as qualified professional in their respective trades and occupations. I bring greetings to you, Your Excellency, from the African Continental Sub-Sahara Skills and Apprenticeship Stakeholders Network based in Nigeria, where I sit as an executive committee member representing Kenya. The network is following this launch today, Your Excellency, from their various capitals of 26 countries. I've been the CEO of the Kenya National Federation of Juakali Sector Associations and as well as the head of the East Africa Community Confederation of Informal Sector Organizations for the 8 countries. Your Excellency, for the last 30 years of our existence, we have provided a robust national platform for cooperation, collaboration between the Juakali sector and various stakeholders, including successive national government administrations, private sector, civil societies, and international development partners. This has enabled the government to develop responsive policies, programs, and interventions in support of the sector, as well as national development priorities. The Federation represents the primary Juakali associations in the informal sector, whose members are skilled artisans engaged in the production of various goods and services in the various subsectors, with a structural network spread across the counties and the sub-counties in the country. Your Excellency, allow me just to show you who is in the house, just to mention just a few. We have the national chairman of the Juakali Sector Federation, Mr. Solomon Jebere, retired councillor. Where is he? From Meru. Thank you very much. Mkono juu. We also have the national treasurer general of the Juakali Sector Federation, Mutiti Munyiri, who has been a councillor for 15 years. Thank you very much. We have Ochoe, Councillor Ochoe was also a mayor, from a mayor to a Juakali sector artisan, Your Excellency. That was a mayor, and now is a Juakali sector artisan. Thank you very much. We also have the National Vice Chair, who is also the representative for Nairobi, Mr. Joseph Kesoro. Thank you very much kwa kuangalia Nairobi. Your Excellency, we have our newest baby in the Juakali sector, the Affordable Housing National Juakali Contractors Association, represented today here by Mr. Mbuti, the national coordinator. He's there. They are working very closely with the housing sector. We have given them to the housing sector to assist there. Your Excellency, we have RPL champions in the Juakali sector. We have the 8 regions where we conducted this pilot, but just allow me to mention 3 champions. Rose Onditi from Kisumu. Where is Rose Onditi from Kisumu? Your Excellency, that lady manufactures sprinklers and she exports in the region. She exports in the 13 countries. We normally take her across the countries. She has lifted the flag of the country up. We have Irene from Mombasa. Madam, Your Excellency, Madam Irene is a mechanic, and she can remove an engine and sort it out and return it without being assisted by any man. She's a mechanic. Makofi kwa mama wetu. Your Excellency, you have met our champion for textiles outside there, the lady from Kitale, and today we have a special youth from Turkana, Loro Ezekiel Emmanuel, who has been awarded by the COG as a TVET Skills Ambassador and an awardee of the Presidential Innovations Award. Asante sana. Your Excellency, every morning, millions of skilled Kenyans with no papers flock to industrial areas and other work sites across the country in search of jobs that underpay them terribly for their skills due to lack of recognized certification. The tile fitters, for example, the people who get contracts to fill the tile in your homes, they're the people with papers but no skills. The people who do that job, they're the skilled artisan but no papers. That is what this is going to crush today, Your Excellency. Our plumbers, our fitters of wood and metal, our furniture makers, our Juakali sector car repairers, and Your Excellency, most of the cars that you people take to the garages, the renowned garages, they end up being sorted by the Juakali sector. You give the people with the certificates, but because they have the certificates, they later, once you go, they call the people without the certificate, but with the skills to come and sort your vehicles. And that is what we have today here. The artisans operate on different skills level and has absorbed the majority of the unfortunate dismissal from the private sector companies and organizations. The Juakali sector is currently the single largest employer in this country, Your Excellency. In this country, the Juakali sector, which is part of the larger informal economic sector, employs 20.1 million, if you look at your records. The formal sector, where my colleague, Madam Jacqueline sits, the people with the pay slips, they employ 1.9 million. The public sector employs 928,000, just less than a million. The other bigger chunk is represented by these gentlemen here. While the Juakali sector and Kenyans at large are celebrating this major milestone, we feel, Your Excellency, that it is important to put to context and give some synopsis of this journey. Your Excellency, even with this legal and policy framework in place, it has not been easy for the Juakali sector to be fully appreciated by the education sector. The education people are still yet to reform their mind and attitude about the Juakali sector. The informal Juakali sector has for years been stigmatized and looked down upon by the formal education and training assessment systems that project certificates as a privilege and preserve for only those who have been to school. Your Excellency, we were reminded here yesterday that Juakali sector is a God-given skill. We were also reminded here that the Noah's Ark was constructed and built by the Juakali artisans then, and there were no polytechnics that time, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we have presented a proposal to the PS for TVETs for approval on how to work together with the Juakali sector and the TVET institutions across the country in collaboration with Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions. And you have just directed that we work together to clear that. We are going to do that, sir. This proposal framework also provides on how we intend to support the government in implementing a number of flagship programs, including the affordable housing programs, where our very able champion, PS, Mr. Inga, I'm sure he's going to speak a bit. Mr. Inga believed in our skills. It was difficult. It was said that we are not able to produce quality products. Inga refused with us, supported us. Makofi kwa Inga tafadhali is going to speak about that. Under the framework, we shall also be requesting that the government to consider appointing members of the Juakali sector into the boards of governors and councils of national polytechnics so that this relationship is consummated properly. With a comprehensive policy framework, millions of skilled artisans in Kenya will have a decent, fulfilling, as well as commensurate paying and adequately compensating career. Finally, Your Excellency, allow me to thank you most sincerely for agreeing to enhance the relationship between the government and the Juakali sector by instituting a new strategy for informal sector transformation in your public sector reforms role and in line with the bottom-up transformation agenda. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Asante sana CEO ambaye ni CEO wa Federation ya Juakali. Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, basi ikiwa hapa kuna wakufunzi karibia 900, ni wengi wangependa kusema jambo na wengine waliko kule nchini kwetu. Sasa ikiwa ni hivyo, naomba kwa heshima kuu tuwe tayari kutizama kwenye runinga yetu hii ni maoni gani walionayo wakufunzi studio. Basi makofi kwa aliyesema kwa niaba yetu sisi wote wakufunzi. Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, hayo ndio maoni ya wanafunzi haya. Basi ikiwa ni hivyo, ni muombe kwa heshima kuu PS wetu ambaye atatuongoza kwa awamu inafuata, katibu wetu mkuu Esther Moria katika idara ya Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority. Welcome, madam.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, my CS, Honorable Mashogu, and allow me, Your Excellency, to ride on the already established protocols and be able to say that we are happy to be here today as a department. Your Excellency, I want to refuse what Moteti has just said, that the Ministry of Education does not recognize the people who do not have certificates. We do. And Your Excellency, we know that these people are the people who have the skills, and as a department, we have actually decided this is going to be the industry where we are going to train our students. Ameniambia pole. So, Your Excellency, this Juakali sector, the people who actually have the skills are the industry where we will have our students as TVET 70% of the time. And Your Excellency, we are twinning our students, our institutions to the industry. And the industry in this country, Your Excellency, sio zile vitu zinatoa moshi. This is our industry. And we are twinning with them. GIZ, who are present here this afternoon, are working very closely with us so that we ensure we twin our institutions to the industry, so that kidogo, our students are in the institutions, most of the time they are going to be in industry. And we thank the government of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, for supporting us to be in this space. Allow me, Your Excellency, to just recognize my fellow PSs who are here. Please be upstanding. My fellow PSs, I don't know whether PS Hinga will be speaking later because he's very important here, but on my extreme right is PS Beatrice Inyangala of Higher Education, PS Mose of the Office of he's the Solicitor General actually, then PS Mwandime, who will actually later be speaking on behalf of the CS, PS Belio Kipsang of the Basic Education, and PS Hinga, who we all know, within our PSA circle, at one time we used to call him 3%, but these days he is 1.5%. Your Excellency, I do not want to speak much. I think everything has been said by the previous speakers, but Your Excellency, I want to say this. This is the government that is going to create the Singapore of Africa in this country, Kenya. And Your Excellency, we have absolute confidence in His Excellency, the President, Dr. Ruto, and yourself to be able to do that for this country. And I have told these colleagues of mine who are sitting on this side that the government is depending on this ministry which is going to babysit that process. How? Your Excellency, for a country to go to where we want to take Kenya, they require 4 M's. They require man, they require market, they require money, and they require machinery. Of the 4 M's, Your Excellency, man is the most important, and man is these people. Your Excellency, we require skilled manpower for those industries to want to come and invest in this country. Without pools of skilled manpower, those investors will not come. So, Your Excellency, as a ministry led by Honorable Mashogu, we have made up our mind that we are going to aid this country to create pools of skilled people so that those industrialists can come and invest in this country. And yourself and His Excellency, the President, have been going around the world asking investors to come to Kenya. They will not come until we have pools of skilled youth. And Your Excellency, as a ministry, we have made up our minds that we are going to babysit that process. And that is why it is very important for this policy to come in. Thank you very much, my sister Kande, for babysitting this process and ensuring we have a process for certifying these people, because we need that. Your Excellency, you have also told us, together with the President, that we need a lot of skilled young people to export to the world around. And for us, as a ministry, we are determined to help you achieve this. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, I do not want to speak too much, and allow me to invite the Governor of Kericho, who is also sitting in for the Council of Governors, to come and speak. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy Governor for Nairobi, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, Cabinet Secretary's presence, Principal Secretary's presence, Chairpersons and Chief Executive Officers present, representatives, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by riding on the great shoulders of Muteti, who gave us today some description of Chuakali. And I don't remember the exact words he used, because Your Excellency, when you were in the university, there used to be something called comrades' power. And those days it meant so many things, either a revolution against something or celebration. But today, because of celebration and a revolutionary thought, allow me to say Chuakali. Asante sana. Let me take this opportunity to laud the organizers of this momentous event aimed at recognizing learning from informal and informal interactions and experiences. Today is not just a celebration of policy making, but a bold step towards recognizing the diverse pathways through which knowledge is acquired, honored, and celebrated. I am equally excited about witnessing the graduations of the RPL graduates today. As a passionate educationist, I am cognizant of the liberating power of certification and the boundless opportunity it offers. Importantly, the acquisition of certification transcends the traditional training spaces. It goes beyond the tenets of theory. For far too long, our assessment, certification, and awarding systems have adhered to a narrow understanding of learning, one that does not fully embrace the depth and breadth of human potential abilities and acquiring skills. But today, we chart a new and exciting course. Today, we acknowledge that learning happens everywhere, in the fields and factories, in offices and homes, through various skilling experiences. Today, we embrace this holistic view of education, affirming that every individual's journey matters and deserves recognition. As we all know, the objective of the RPL policy is to guide the implementation of recognitions of prior learning process for improved employability, mobility, and advanced learning. This policy is a beacon of hope for those who have faced barriers in assessing formal certification. It opened doors of opportunities for workers seeking validation for their competencies, gained through years of experience, and incredible opportunities for immigrants showcasing their skills in our country and beyond. But beyond the individual benefits, the PRL policy is a catalyst for societal transformation, especially for our county governments. The beneficiaries of the recognition
of prior learning certification process will now be able to undertake lifelong learning, thus encouraging continuous growth and development in our counties. Ladies and gentlemen, county governments manage a critical pathway of the TVET landscape in the country. The VTC centers, these centers are hubs of practical skills development, nurturing talent and preparing individuals for meaningful contributions to our economy and society. By integrating the tenets of recognitions of prior learning policies into these centers, we empower our learners to showcase their capabilities and receive the recognition they deserve effectively. Furthermore, we look forward to have the vocational training centers as RPL assessment centers. This will create a seamless and accessible pathway for individuals to have their skills assessed and accredited right at their locality, as the vocational training centers are ward-based. This will further ensure that our assessment centers are aligned with the needs of our local industries and employers, thereby bridging the gap between education and employment within our counties. As the Council of Governors, we are fully committed to the successful implementation of this policy. We understand that it is not just about words on paper, it is about action and dedication. To ensure the smooth and effective rollout of the RPL policy, our counties will continuously invest in infrastructure, technology, and training programs tailored to the needs of our skilled artisans. Furthermore, we will endeavor to provide technical and financial resources to support this initiative. We recognize that financial constraints should not hinder progress or limit opportunities for our people. Therefore, we pledge to work collaboratively towards raising funds to sustain the implementation of the RPL policy, ensuring its long-term success and impact. However, we cannot achieve this ambiguous goal alone. We need the collective effort and collaboration of all stakeholders, educators, employers, industry leaders, development partners, and community advocates. Together, we can create a vibrant economic ecosystem where skills are valued, talents are nurtured, and opportunities abound for every individual to thrive and contribute meaningfully to our society. Conclusively, Your Excellency, as county governments, we want to appreciate your leadership and that of the President, William Ruto, and the Kenya Kwanza government for this bold initiative that will ensure that even them that do not have certificates or formal training, but they have learned through the job, also get dignity in our country. In Kenya Kwanza government, there is the belief and the ideology is that of the hustler. And today what you are witnessing, Your Excellency, is the real recognition and empowerment of the hustlers of this nation who contribute to the biggest economy of our nation. Excellency, Deputy President, recently I had a conversation with an employing agency from Israel. And they sent me photos of the interviews they were conducting at Sri Lanka because they have interest in Kenya to come and support us in skilled workers. When I looked into the video, there was nowhere they were asking you bring your certificate. They only ask you, are you a carpenter? You say you're a carpenter, they bring you the tools there, and you demonstrate by skills if you can do the joining of the meters together. If you are a masonry, they bring you the tools and ask you if you're able to build a small wall. And it reminds me today that for one to be a successful plumber, you don't need very good English so that you can connect the pipe and have water. You will not need to address the pipe that, excuse me, pipe, can you please go this direction? All you need is some, something warm, and probably your energy or breath, and then you blew it as you connect it together, and all of a sudden, water happens. Just like Jesus Christ never used English, or God never used English to command that let there be the world and earth. And as Council of Governors, if this is one thing we will celebrate and support the national government so that we all deliver as one, is this initiative that we are launching today. And we are here on behalf of the Chair, Anne Waiguru, and the entire 47 governors to commit that even after this, Your Excellency, there has been many who are working in the county governments. We have workers who are working as drivers, some as firefighters, some are just artisan people working there. They have not been able to get good pay because of the demand for the certificate. But I'm happy today that when you go back to our county government, we'll be able to, place you and be able to put you in a proper pay slip for those who are working in the county and have you have a decent salary as we move forward. To the graduates of the RPL program, Hongera, as you embark on the next chapter of your careers. Remember that your skills and experiences are your most important assets. I leave you with a quote from the Robert Greene that says, the future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways. And therefore, I urge you, cherish, nurture, be innovative, and let your skills guide you towards greater success and fulfillment in the future. On behalf of COG, hongera na pongezi sana to all the graduates. Asante sana. Let me, at this point, ask the Deputy Governor of Nairobi, who is representing my good friend and brother, Honorable Sakaja, the owner of this town, to come and make his remarks. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, the Minister for Education, and allow me at this point to write all the protocols established there before. My name is Njoroge Mushiri, and I represent His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Sakaja Arthur Johnson, who is not able to join us now. He was in a meeting. We were still hoping that he would join us, but the meeting has taken longer. But nevertheless, Your Excellency, very welcome to our city. It is your city. It is the seat of your government. So we are always happy to have you here and to listen to you. And allow me to read the speech of His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi City County, Governor Sakaja. Your Excellency, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure as your governor to host so many distinguished public servants, the men and women of the National Quality Authority, who year in, year out, make sure that our learning and our qualifications are up to scratch. Karibuni. I want to also recognize first the leaders of Nairobi County who are here today to celebrate this event. Second, it's my honor and my pleasure to recognize our chief guest today, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Asante sana, Naibu Rais, for gracing us with your presence. Please, let's recognize our chief guest. Is that adequate recognition? Can we recognize our chief guest? Asanteni. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment of opportunity. We all know that many of our people have the skills, the temperament, and the persistence to succeed in their own right and to serve their communities. But opportunities are denied them because their experience and skill are not recognized. That's a problem we must solve. I'm delighted to be here with you today to launch the recognition of prior learning policy, which brings education, employability, and equality to the disadvantaged, discouraged, and totally marginalized. Let me say a little about why this matters so much to me. When we took office, one of our central promises to the people of Nairobi was equal opportunity. Usawa baina ya Mkenya moja na mwenzake. No more discrimination. Ability is the best qualification. These are not platitudes, they are the convictions that motivate us. So today, we celebrate with you the launch of this program, which lets us recognize and give opportunity to those who have practical experience and encourages many more to seek fresh opportunity.
Today, let me single out our firefighters. Let me commend Benson Kithinji Ndegwa and Gideon Ogola Owiti, both of whom received their certificates today. Hongera, I am very proud of you and your achievements today. Now, I know that we have a shortfall. We need many more firefighters to keep us safe. I know also that we are training more as quickly as we can so that the people of Nairobi are kept safe. We can't have an unmanned fire brigade in the most important city in this part of the continent. We just can't. One way in which this policy we launch will help us is by making it possible to recruit and certify new firefighters whose experience and ability make them a good fit for the brigade, but who have not previously been certified. We look forward to recognizing and mainstreaming informal training and experiences as a yardstick for career progression. The second thing that we follow is this. We will create a mentorship program so that we can pass on knowledge and skills from the old to newer generations of firefighters. The skills and the institutional memory of the past matter. These older men and women know Nairobi inside out. They know the hazards. They have lived through all manner of crises. It's time to learn from them. Under this program, we will. An example of service from which we can learn is Fireman Joseph Ogina. Ogina had no formal training, but is widely regarded as the best trainer and instructor at our Kangundo Road training school. He has over 30 years experience, but due to his limited education, his career progression had been stifled. RPL gives him an avenue to grow now. Ladies and gentlemen, I close with a request. Let's extend this program. Let every county see what can be done to retain the talents of our most experienced and most able public servants. For now, it is my pleasure to welcome you, the Deputy President, to address us at the right time, as will be taught. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki, His Excellency Honorable Sakaja Arthur Johnson, EGH, Governor of Nairobi City County. Asanteni sana.
Your Excellency, allow me now to invite my colleague, P.S. Hinga, to come and make just one remark.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, the Cabinet Secretary, allow me to stand on the protocols already established. For a person who was on JKL for 3.5 hours to have one remark is a very difficult thing. But I'll try, Your Excellency, because today you're the chief guest and we are disciplined cadres. Your Excellency, the State Department of Housing is really where the supply of the jobs and the opportunities lie. So the people that are graduating here today, and we have got 203 of them, some physically here and some not here. These are people who work very hard. They wake up every day to eke a living. And for a long time, they could not get opportunities outside their localities because they don't have a certificate. This is a great moment for them. And to the 203 of you, together with the rest of the graduates, congratulations. Going forward, Your Excellency, allow me just to highlight where the opportunities lie within the housing sector. As His Excellency the President was assenting to the Affordable Housing Bill, which is now the Act, we say that we have got 103,000 housing units opportunities across the whole country. If we take that on average, One unit requires 2 to 3 direct jobs and 5 indirect jobs. I'm sure you graduates, you can be able to work out how many opportunities they're lying await for you. Your Excellency, we are also building markets. As I stand here, we have already awarded 159 ESP markets in the same number of constituencies across the country. So again, those markets are going to be built by yourselves, and we are going to make sure that as you finish building them, you will also get your certification. The difference, Your Excellency, that this recognition of prior learning does to majority of the people who work on our sites is that it is very difficult for them to leave the site and go for a formal training because they eat what they make that day. And what the 203 graduates in the affordable housing program in our 2 sites, this is only 2 sites, in Roiro and Kibera. Your Excellency, NITA went to site. The assessment that was done, I think we can give NITA a round of applause, because the assessment that was done, Your Excellency, was the assessor will check how you're laying, if you're a mason, how are you laying the stones, if you're a plumber, the pipes, and they will ask you questions, why did you do it like that, and they assess you based on how they observed you working. So, Your Excellency, this is a very, very important opportunity, because as my colleague Moteti, and who I want to defend, PS, I think he said the other way around. So I think he did not say that, you know, that they're not recognized. He actually said he was thanking you that you have recognized him. He's a friend of mine. Your Excellency, as I sit down, allow me to sit by giving you this very short story, which is a very true story. When we embarked on building our affordable housing in Park Road, it was a 5 billion shillings contract. And we gave that contract to a Chinese contractor. And Your Excellency, the Chinese contractor wanted to bring doors from China, wanted to bring windows from China. And we said, our people know how to make doors. The only challenge that exists is that between the people who make those doors and where the opportunity lie, there are so many brokers that make more money than those people who make those doors. And so we said that we are going to go directly to the actual Juakali artisans, and we give them a contract. And we did, Your Excellency. And it was not a small contract. It was 122 million shillings worth of a contract. They took that opportunity, Your Excellency, and they made the doors. And they made quality doors. So this notion that our people don't know how to make quality doors, it is used to frustrate them from getting opportunities. And I know where your heart lies, Your Excellency. And as you say, you're the truthful man. You must continue saying the truth. Our people know how to make doors. They're disenfranchised because there are people in between who want to profiteer from the sweat of these hard-working people. Your Excellency, these people, there were 3 associations, Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi. As Mr. Muteti said, that sector alone, Your Excellency, represent the majority or the supermajority of our working people. Those 3 associations are made up of 10,000 artisans, Juakali traders. They formed an organization. And because most of them, Your Excellency, come from the same place you and I come from, in the slopes. And I don't know whether it is creativity. When they went to the bank to get a facility, they were asked, who is borrowing the money? They said, we are Ngong Road Association, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi. And they were told by the banks, no, we must lend to a corporate. So they were told to form one company. And their creativity was they took the first initials of Ngong, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi. And they formed a company called Ngokamka. Now, Your Excellency, this company called Ngokamka, today, they build those doors, They are taxpayers because KRA later on went for them. And today, that same Chinese contractor walisumbuana because they sumbuana with the Chinese. Because obviously the Chinese was trying to show that these people cannot do so that he can bring the doors. Your Excellency, today, that organization is making doors in Uganda. This is what the opportunity lies, is that we will do it for ourselves here and we will do it for other countries. Thank you so much. This is a great day for these people whom we know you have at the depth of your heart. Asanteni sana, and congratulations, all of you.
Your Excellency, allow me to invite my colleague Shandrak Mwandime to make a speech on behalf of the CS Florence Bore.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the representative of the Council of Governors, His Excellency Dr. Eric Mutai, Principal Secretaries here present, the Deputy Governor Nairobi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Wenzangu wa jua kali hamjambo. Mupo. Mambo mazuri haya ambayo yanatendeka siku ya leo na kuendelea mbele. Sio tu kwa sababu mumegraduate, lakini hata kuendelea mbele. Kazi iko kwetu, tuwatafutie kazi, sio hapa peke yake na hata huko ng'ambo. Your Excellency, I'm proud to say this morning, in accordance with the National Employment Authority portal, working together with the private recruitment agencies, we have over 250,000 jobs available in the Western European countries and other countries abroad. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme kazi hizi ni zenyu, sio kupanua uchumi wa Kenya peke yake, lakini nyinyi muende hata ng'ambo, that which have been said by my colleague. From Ministry of Housing, the capacity that you have to make doors and other products, we should be able to show the international community that we have built our capacity and now we are equal to even other companies obtaining out there. Kwa hivyo niseme mambo kuendelea mbele yako sawa, na sisi kama serikali tutajitahidi vile iwezekanavyo. The challenges that we've been facing on unemployment should be a thing of the past going forward. I foresee a major revolution taking place in our country, industrial revolution. What we have yearned for a number of years will now come to pass. Your Excellency, kindly allow me to read the speech of my Cabinet Secretary, who was unable to make it for today's event. I am delighted and greatly privileged to have this opportunity of joining you today as we launch the recognition of prior learning policy and celebrate the RPL graduation of 900 graduates, of whom 600 are graduates from the National Industrial Training Authority. And I want to thank you, my colleague, PS Hinga, for recognizing the role of NITA in the low-cost housing project that the government is undertaking. The graduates from NITA comprise of 388 workers from the informal and formal sector and 213 workers from the affordable housing project who have successfully completed the RPL assessment and earned their certification. The Ministry of Labor and Social Protection is proud of the interministerial and interagency support and collaboration in realization of this achievement. This day signifies a great milestone in our country as we embark on implementation of a policy that will shape the future of Kenya's skilled workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, there is lack of a supportive mechanism to facilitate validation and recognition of competencies that are acquired informally and non-formally. An estimated 92% of Kenyan youth have unrecognized competencies acquired through informal and informal means and are disadvantaged from competing favorably in the labor market due to lack of corresponding qualifications for the acquired competencies. The RPL policy provides a progressive and comprehensive framework that recognizes diverse competencies regardless of when, where, and how they were acquired against prescribed occupational standards. The policy therefore aims at mitigating barriers that lead to uncertified skills by establishing functional and credible systems for recognition and certification of knowledge, skills, and competencies. This policy is significant as it underscores Kenya's dedication to inclusivity, empowerment, and development of a skilled workforce. The Ministry of Labor and Social Protection plays a critical role in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and advocates for a job-creating economic model. The model recognizes the role of the informal sector, micro, small, and medium enterprises. The Ministry of Labor facilitates creation of sustainable and decent employment opportunities, building a pool of skilled, adaptive, and enterprising labor force, promoting productivity enhancement, and improving labor market efficiency. Skills development, Your Excellency, contributes to economic growth by enhancing employability. It is therefore essential in linking training to current labor needs, as well as anticipating and building competencies for the future jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection is responsible for ensuring adequate supply of relevant skills to industry. It achieves this function through the National Industrial Training Authority that has the mandate of regulating and facilitating industrial training, integrating labor market information into skills development, and assessing industrial training, testing occupational skills, and awarding certificates, including government trade test certificates. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to state very categorically that our ministry will work very, very closely, particularly with the Jua Kali sector, as in accordance with what my brother Muteti has just informed us. It is true in terms of the statistics given that you comprise 21 million of our workforce. Therefore, concentration yetu iwe wapi? Where should our focus be? It should be in the Jua Kali sector. I want to give our commitment as the Ministry of Labor, the ministry in charge of all matters concerning labor issues in this country, that we will do the very best that we can to support you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, allow me now to invite the CS Minister of Education, Ezekiel Mashogu, to give his remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Madam CS, PS. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, the governors who are here, the principal secretaries present, and all senior officers, the chief executive officers of our parastatals and the chairpersons. Jua Kali mupo? Oye! Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, this is a major milestone for this great country of ours, because as we know, we have our Vision 2030, and the attainment of the objectives and the goals as set out in Vision 2030, Your Excellency, can never be achieved apart from these people here, the Jua Kali people, who are the prime movers of the economy of our country. Well done, Jua Kali.
Your Excellency, when you and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, appointed me as the Cabinet Secretary of Education, one of the documents that I found in the office, which had been there for the last 4 years, was this particular policy. I had an opportunity with my team to go through this particular policy, and I said, yes, this is where the answer is. This is where the solution is to the kind of problems we have and the challenges as a country, particularly pertaining to our young people. And from there, Your Excellency, me and my team started working in cooperation with my sister, the CS Minister of Labor, to ensure that we got the necessary required approvals from the Cabinet in order to roll out this particular policy, Your Excellency. And I thank you so much, because when I presented this policy to the Cabinet Committee and finally to Cabinet, it got unanimous support, including from yourself and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, today marks a great day for the young people, the people with the necessary competencies and skills in this country, who opportunities are now going to open, not only in this country, but beyond. Because now, they are not only going to work here with the kind of certification they will get, but they will also get opportunities to work in other countries within the world. Your Excellency, indeed, there has been a remarkable journey, as we have over 800 pioneer graduates here today who have successfully undergone the inaugural recognition for prior learning assessment and certification. A total of 1,804 Your Excellency candidates had submitted application for assessment, and these first cohort managed to meet the requirements within the provided timelines. Among the 1,834 applicants, 65% were male and 35% were female, indicating an urgent need to encourage girls and women to apply for recognition for prior learning, because we know they had quite a number, and we have made the process of assessment flexible and easier, such that they don't have sometimes to go any given institution, but the assessors will be able to go to where they are working, and it is only when we find probably there are a few gaps here and there, something which has to be done in order for them to be perfect, that they will be required probably for 1 week or two to go to an institution where they will be able to make those particular skills in a manner that is required. This, Your Excellency, is one of the magic bullets that will have brought millions of skilled Kenyans into high returns, productive economic activities, both locally and internationally. For instance, in 2019, a survey by the International Labour Organization indicates that over 83% of the workforce driving Kenya's economy are in the informal sector, with skills but no qualifications. Now we are happy that they will be able to get the necessary requisite qualifications. It is again this broad background that the Ministry of Education developed this comprehensive, recognized prior learning policy in order for us to appreciate and recognize the diverse competencies against prescribed standards, regardless of when, where, and how they were acquired. That's when we don't want to know, as long as you have the required competencies and skills. The individuals going through the RPL process acquire formal qualification that matches their knowledge and skills, thus improving their employability, mobility, lifelong learning, social inclusion, and the service team. And Your Excellency, I said, these particular qualifications will make it possible for us to have entrepreneurs from here, because now rather than depending on other people as contractors, this will also enable them to be contractors. Some of them will gain subcontracts in what my friend Hinga is doing in housing, and I hope that Hinga, you will have so many of them to get into that category so that we have entrepreneurs from this particular group. I'm also happy to know that additional instruments to aid implementation of the policy have also been developed. This, Your Excellency, includes a policy framework where we also have TVETA with their standards, we have NITA, we have other guides and the tools for purposes of accreditation, which we have said we will be able to be facilitative and make it easier for anybody who will be able to apply for the same. It is my trust that with this formalizational process, all the RPL actors will work collectively and provide additional opportunities for the RPL applicants, who include workers and runners of all ages, unemployed people, refugees, immigrants, and other marginalized groups to be able to uplift and enhance their skills in this. You heard the reason we are here, young people, and we appreciate you for dedicating your time to apprenticeship, and now you will be walking away with the fruits of your labor. Well done. Pongezi kubwa. I want to encourage the remaining 924 candidates, and not only them, including those who have not applied, Your Excellency, that we are going to embark on a program countrywide where we will be able to register and make sure that we have as many as possible getting certification so that they can be able to find employment, and even when they want to go for further training, they can be able to go to for further training. Because one other thing, Your Excellency, that you and His Excellency, the President, have done is also enhancing access, because we now have the Open University of Kenya, such that don't limit yourself. Once you get those qualifications, you can proceed, you do your diploma, and we are having offering those courses in the Open University of Kenya. You can be able to run from the comfort of your home, and you can be able to get a degree, and opportunities are open. You can even be able to proceed up to PhD level. Your Excellency, therefore, I hope the 924 will also be able to get their certificates in a few weeks or months to come. Let them not give up. There are only few areas where we said they will be able to fill the gaps, and then from there we will be able to give them the certificates. Your Excellency, again, to say that in this particular sector, with my PSS, we have also gone ahead to make sure that indeed the sub-sector of TVET, the one which is going to produce the required manpower in this country. And you know what we had there before, a lot of theory. We have said no, we must have more practical in our TVET institutions, and that's why, Your Excellency, again, I thank you with His Excellency the President, because we had to reinstate CDAC. CDAC is the one which has the mandate of designing and developing the curriculum, and also administration of the exams, and we are now on the right path, the right trajectory, and we are making sure that we will be able to produce the very best from our TVET institutions. And finally, Your Excellency, we have also had CPET, where the same we have in CPC, we are now ensuring that it is getting entrenched in our TVET institutions, and also dual running in our TVET institutions, which is a combination of practical and theory. And for sure, Kenya is one country in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, that is going to produce the best technicians and will offer the best not only in the region, but internationally. Can we now please be upstanding as we welcome His Excellency the President to make his remarks and officially launch the recognition for prior learning. Makofi kwa His Excellency.
Thank you. Please be seated. The Cabinet Secretary for Education, Ezekiel Machogu, the PSS President, the Deputy Governor for Nairobi, the Governor for Kericho representing COG, our development partners, other leaders, graduates, good afternoon. It is a very significant day in our education system as we launch the recognition of prior learning policy and witness confirmation of the skills and expertise of 900 Cohort 1 graduates. On behalf of our President, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, I congratulate the cohort, the Ministry of Education, the other education sector stakeholders, including development partners, for making this a reality. In recognition and confirmation of the ability of our artisans, who are the bedrock of our economy, we have elevated their profession and dignified them for what they do best, not the paper they lack. Indeed, today, hardworking, dedicated, focused, and qualified Kenyans who could never have bagged a certificate will walk home with a promise of a job and a bright future for themselves and their families. In these certificates, we are giving them the key and empowering them access to unlimited opportunities in the formal sector, locally and internationally. For instance, Lynette Imbosa, who has worked as a car mechanic in Nairobi for over 5 years, can apply for employment in an automotive assembly. This work, which is an outcome of radical reforms in the education sector that our administration is undertaking, elevates Kenya to one of the few African countries which have acknowledged and embraced recognition of prior learning as a qualification for joining the formal and informal workforce. In this regard, we are sowing and growing seeds of equity and equality as envisioned under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Graduates, ladies and gentlemen, out of the 19.1 million people in the labor force in our country, about 16 million work in the informal sector, which includes self-employment and casual labor. Despite their skills and expertise, the wheels to facilitate transition from the jua kali to the formal sector of the economy has been missing. We have now sealed that gap. The Ruto administration has done so because under the bottom-up transformation agenda, better, we have given priority to job creation for the millions of unemployed Kenyans working in the jua kali sector. Our decision is informed by the fact that these skilled people acquired competencies through informal and non-formal means, but they have been discriminated against for lack of paper to prove qualification. The impact has been very severe. They cannot secure formal jobs, and if they do, they have limited latitude to negotiate for higher pay equivalent to the service that they give. With the launch of the recognition of prior learning today, we have removed the barriers and opened the gate for consideration of knowledge, skills, and expertise in employment. Henceforth, our skilled artisans will no longer use folders with pictures of their hard work to prove knowledge and skills. We are ensuring head-to-head linkages in connecting graduates with employment opportunities. Graduates, ladies and gentlemen, recognition of prior learning will play a critical role in tapping the massive knowledge, skills, and competencies at the bottom of the Kenyan economy. Subsequently, ministries and state departments have been directed to implement a continuous system for information sharing with the State Department for TVET, which is responsible for recognition of prior learning for quick turnaround from accreditation to employment. We count on this group of experts to support the implementation of the Kenya Kwanza plan and, most important, our affordable housing program. In return, these great men and women will earn their livelihood. For example, job opportunities for skilled artisans are plenty in the affordable housing program, new markets, stadia construction, shipping and maritime, among other areas of transformation. This is in addition to the diaspora jobs which our president is negotiating with other countries. A comprehensive advertisement detailing the accreditation institution, location for affordable housing projects, new markets and locations for sports stadia has been availed. Additionally, the advert includes a link for all skilled artisan international jobs. This is through the National Employment Agency under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, as well as the shipping and maritime jobs under the Ministry of Mining, the Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Recognition of prior learning cannot fail. Recognition of prior learning will not fail. Recognition of prior learning is impactful. Graduates, ladies and gentlemen, this is a game changer as established by the Presidential Working Party on Educational Reforms, which submitted its report to the President in June last year. These education sector reforms have defined the intentions of Session Paper Number 1 of 2019 on reforming education, training, and research. The session paper emphasizes quality, relevance, inclusive education, and training for sustainable development. Graduates, ladies and gentlemen, as we make and mark this great leap, I would like to ask employers to also align job description requirements to accommodate the experts. Today we acknowledge that they are qualified as confirmed by relevant authorities. The Kenya National Qualifications Authority has demonstrated that expertise is not only gained from formal learning institutions. It actually complements our competence-based system, the CBC. Once more, hats off to the first graduates of recognition of prior learning, and congratulations, asanteni sana. Mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu hii maneno ya makaratasi ingine inatusumbua sana. Si mnajua hata yangu si kubwa sana. Mimi pia niko hapo, yangu ni iko chini. Lakini hata kama iko chini, hii kazi nimepewa mimi nafanya. Si ndio? So hii ni siku ya maana sana. Sana. Na mimi nataka niseme pongezi kwa wale wanafuzu leo, na nimwambie nikiwa hapa mbele iko sawa. You are the drivers of our economy. Na sisi tunajua hata tukipeleka magari yetu kwa hizi kampuni kubwa, wanarudi jioni kutafuta watu ya jua kali kuja kuunganisha mawaya. Tunajua. Si hata hatujui. Hii maduka kubwa ya furniture, watu wamekaa pale wamevaa mzuri, ukiondoka ukishalipa deposit wanaita watu ya jua kali. Lakini wanawalipa kitu kidogo. Sasa nyinyi mmepata nafasi, muko na makaratasi na muko na ujuzi, muko mbele kama mfuko ya shati. Those wengine wako makaratasi, hakuna uju. Sasa nyinyi muko na ujuzi na nini? Sasa nyinyi mungangane. Fight for your space kwa biashara ile iko hii Kenya. Na usikae nyumbani, hakuna mtu atakutoa kwa bibi yako kukuitia biashara. Wewe utatoka nje ungangane na wanaume wengine, si ndio? And you guys are great. I want to say this program, na mimi nimpongeze mkubwa wetu Rais William Ruto kwa kusukuma sana hii maneno ya recognition of prior learning. We know instances sisi wenyewe. Mimi pale kwangu unakuta mkubwa ya wapishi ako graduate, mshahara kubwa. Ile watu wako na ujuzi na hakuna makaratasi, mshahara kidogo, lakini ndio wenye kupika. Yule hao akimwambia wewe endelea, anakwama. That is the truth. And we are saying now, Public Service Commission and no employers, we must now align recognition of prior learning into our employment structure. I want to give an example. When I became deputy president, nikaenda pale official residence na kukaandikwa watu hapo wengi ya kutengeneza nyasi na maua na nini. Okay, sawa. Ile mkubwa ya hiyo watu ni graduate. Ati asimamie ile tapangwa. Mimi nikienda pale kutembea, ati sikuwa nimeingia nikakuta hiyo nyasi nini ni matope, hakuna kazi imefanywa ya maana. Nikiuliza hiyo mkubwa, ako na makaratasi mingi saizi hii, lakini kazi haionekani. Sasa yuko mtu mmoja tu mdogo sana alikuwa ameandikwa huko kama ile watu ya chini, ile ya 20,000. Mkubwa ni 1,200. Yeye amepelekwa kwa compound nyingine pahali niko na nyumbani kwangu private, anitengenezee nyasi. Sasa mimi nimeenda pale kwa residence yangu private, nimekuta nyasi imekaa mzuri na maua. Kuuliza nikaambiwa ni ile mtu. Nikauliza nani anasimamia yeye? Hakuna. Ni yeye mwenyewe anajisimamia na anafanya. Mimi nikasema hiyo mtu anaitwa Simiu, akuje huko official residence, akuwe in charge. Nikaambiwa haiwezekani. Ati kwa nini? Hana makaratasi. Sasa nikauliza, nikaambia yule alikuwa ananiambia haiwezekani, enda pale uone kazi ile na uangalie hii mtu ya makaratasi amefanya. Sasa mimi sina haja na makaratasi, mimi niko na haja na so nikamwambia huyu nikaambia hii mtu anaitwa Simiu to be in charge ya hiyo pahali, mtafute njia ile mshahara hii mtu alikuwa anakula hata muongeze zaidi kwa sababu kazi yake inaonekana. Today, that Simiu fellow, mtu ya chini ndio hapo. Ukienda hapo, inang'ara vizuri. We were denied the services of that young man because he has no papers. Yet ujuzi ni zaidi. Kichwa yake imejaa mafikira na mpango ya kazi. Mwingine ni makaratasi tupu. Hatusemi makaratasi ni mbaya. Tunataka makaratasi na ujuzi iunganishwe pamoja. Na hiyo ndio tumemfanyia kama serikali. So, watu ya makaratasi sasa mkuwe tayari. Sasa wale wako na makaratasi na wana ujuzi, vile hawa wanatafuta makaratasi na nyinyi mwanze kutafuta ujuzi. Mimi in my own small way, vitu yangu mimi nikifanya, mimi hakuna interview nafanya kwa ofisi. Ukiniambia unaweza kazi hii, nakwambia kwenda fanya pale nione. Unafanya, mimi naangalia, nasema tick. Ukisema unajua kupaka rangi, nakwambia paka hii section hii. Napaka, mimi nakuja naangalia. Because papers must be followed by skills and competence. Skills and competence must be affirmed by papers. So wale wako na ujuzi waziri watafutiwe makaratasi. Yeah, it's only fair. Ama sina mna hiyo? Wale wako na ujuzi watafutiwe makaratasi. Na PS Mwadime, some people came to see me today wanasema ati house girls wanaenda ngambo, mmesema ati wakuya form 4. Mwachana na hiyo maneno. Stop that thing. All these girls who brought up our children, hakuna alikuwa na makaratasi, and they brought them up nicely. Si ndio? Please look into that one. In fact, some people came to see me today. When I told them I'm coming for this program, wakaniuliza Deputy President, bona hii house girl mmetangaza ya kwenda ngambo, mnasema ati minimum ikuwe form 4. Sasa what is that? We are defeating the whole of this exercise. Kama msichana anajua kuchunga mtoto, na hata kama hana makaratasi ya form 4, siaende akatunze mtoto. Please look into it. I don't think it makes sense to say at house girls wakuwe watu ya form 4. Kama wajui Kizungu watajifundisha huko wakiangalia mtoto. Hata sisi yote hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua hii Kizungu. You learn on the job, si ndio? Kama ni Kiarabu si watajua. Mtoto analialia hapo nini, anatamka maneno kidogo kidogo. The girls are sharp, they will pick. Through 3 weeks wanaongea Kiarabu, wanaongea Kiingereza, wanaendelea. And I want to say, nataka niseme, hao watoto wetu wanaenda nje. They are really marketing our products. They are really marketing our products. I have seen an upsurge in the taking of Kenyan tea in Saudi Arabia, and unga inaitwa kabagara. Na ni wasichana wetu wameenda na pakiti 2-3. Wamepikia Mwarabu, amesema hii ndio mimi nataka nikuwe nikiku. You know, hii Waarabu, they have no idea on what is good unga. Sasa hii watoto wetu, in their own intelligence, amepata kazi huko, amebeba pakiti 2-3. Ameambia Mwarabu na familia, wacha tujaribu hii yake. Mwarabu kukula, anasema basi. So I was talking to the owner of that factory, Joy Millers. He cannot cope with the demand of Kenyan maize meal in Saudi Arabia. And it's our girls. Hao ya standard 8 wanataka kufugia PS. Msiwafugie. Let them go. Standard 8 si mbaya. They will pick a few English words here and there, ile ya kuomba maji na nini na kuendelea. So what you standard 8 mko hapa? Iko standard 8 hapa? Mko sawa, hamuko sawa? What you standard 8 iko sawa? Hata hii masomo ikiwa kidogo, saa ingine hata iko na faida kwa sababu hawajifanyi wajuaji. Unajua, wale bado soma sana, they listen. Wanasikiza waambiwe, si ndio? Wale wengine wamesoma sana ni kiburi, wanajifanya they know everything. So, please, let us affirm skills and competencies of the Kenyan people, and let us give them an equal chance to participate in national development. And what has happened today is the best thing that could ever happen to this country. And I want to say, wale walikuwa wanasema that the hustler narrative was not real. This is what the hustler narrative is all about. All these people, all these standard 8 people and form 4 people who have skills, who have competencies, and nobody recognizes them, belong to the hustler nation. And this is their government, and their government is recognizing them for who they are, for what they know, for the skills they possess, for the competencies that they have. And they must be allowed to take part in the development of this country and fed for themselves and their families. Mimi sitaki nipitishe hapo naweza haribu. Unajua sasa, this is a great day for this country, I can tell you. Wale tunatembea humu vichorochoroni, we know the kind of skills and competencies with the people, and nobody ever gave them a chance to be anybody or to be anywhere. The fact that munaketi hapa leo na Deputy President na hii mawaziri, already ni hatua tunasonga. Hapo beleni nyinyi hamungeketi pahali mawaziri wako. si ndio? Lakini hii ni serikali inatabua. So I want to say, CS Machogu, thank you for what you are doing for the Ministry of Education. You've brought a lot of energy into the ministry. Since President William Ruto gave you that docket, you have proved yourself as a CS who knows what he's doing. Wewe kanyangia hapo. Kanyangia hapo. PS Moria, I want to thank you. You are doing a great job around TVET. And you know our president is a vision carrier in matters TVET. The responsibility the president has given you is very high. And the marking scheme is equally high. Because the president, your boss, is also the vision carrier for TVET. So he knows this TVET like the back of his hand. Sasa ujikakamue. Tayari you are doing well. Continue working hard. Sindio? PS Hinga, watu yako iko hapa sasa. Sasa usipojenga manyumba utasema nini? Pesa tumekupatia juzi. Tumepitisha sheria ya pesa. Shamba ya kujenga manyumba iko. Watu ya kukaa kwa manyumba iko. Wewe mwenyewe uko. Watu ya kujenga ni hawa. Utasema nini? Please. Just do your job. Fanya kazi yako. Si ndio? PS Mwadime, watu ya kupeleka ng'ambo wako hapa. Kwani hawa wakienda ng'ambo watajikuna? Si hata nyinyi mngetaka kutembea? Si mngetaka kutembea? Wako hapa. Wacha hii watu watembee. Kwani nyinyi pekee ndio mtatembea ng'ambo? Kwani hawa ni watoto ya nani? Si hawa pia ni watoto ya mama? This is your team, PS Mwadime, please. Yeah? Na msiweke hiyo maneno ya makaratasi sana. Hii makaratasi hii ni sawa. Hii Mori anafanya na watu hii ya recognition of prior learning. These are enough papers. Mtu akiwa na hii aingie ndege aende ng'ambo ama meli. Asante sana. Mimi nimeshukuru sana. I'm a very happy person na hata rais nitamwambia atafurahi. We know now tukienda kulala iko wa Kenya pahali walijua mambo mingi walikuwa nazuiwa na hii makaratasi. Na hii makaratasi unajua ni wazungu walilete. Si ni wazungu walileta hii maneno ya makaratasi? Sasa wacha sisi tujipange kikenya. Tujipange kikenya. Aidhuru kama wanasema makaratasi sawa, wewe kama uko na ujuzi, kama makaratasi ndio shida, upewe makaratasi uendelee. Si ndio? Mimi unajua degree yangu ni moja. Wengine wote president ni 3. Hawa wengine 3, 2, mimi niko pale chini. Lakini pia waziri hata mimi mtengenezee ile recognition of prior learning. Because hata mimi nangangana. Hata sisi tunangangana. Mtu angalie ile tumefanya hata bila hiyo masomo mingi. Mungetaka niangaliwe pia? Nimetosha ama bado tosha? Hata mimi nitengenezwe hiyo makaratasi. Wasinisumbue ati nirudi university, mimi sina wakati saa hii. Wanitafutie makaratasi niendelee. Asanteni sana. May God bless you and bless you abundantly. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, basi tungekuomba kwa heshima kuu ili tuweze kuadhimisha hii siku vizuri, tuende kwa unveiling booth. Tutampata pia CS Education akiweza kuungana na Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais, katibu wetu wakuu na wanafunzi wawili ambao watakuwa wanajiunga naye Mheshimiwa Naibu Rais. Sherehe hii basi tutakuwa kabla kubonyeza kidude. We are going to have a countdown to 10 before we can press the button. Studio, please. Let's have the countdown as we prepare to unveil the recognition of prior learning policy framework, which is the RPL. Number 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Press the button, Your Excellency Deputy President, and let's unveil this RPL framework. Tusonge mbali kidogo ili tuweze kuona yaliyo ndani. The display of the recognition of prior learning policy framework. It's official. We have the prior learning policy framework RPL. Thank you, Your Excellency. We'll make way for His Excellency. After witnessing that official launch, thank you, Your Excellency. We'll be proceeding now back to the stage where we'll be handed the hard copies of the recognition of prior learning framework. You'll be joined on stage, Your Excellency, by the CS, PSS, and the governors for photo ops of this momentous occasion, holding that official document of the RPL policy. Let's have our CS, our PSS, our governors holding that. Led by Excellency Deputy President, will be displaying that booklet that it indeed assures the future of so many people who have prior skills, who are not recognized, but now are recognized. Wana kamera. Basi kama tumemaliza kuchukua hiyo. Thank you, Your Excellency Deputy President. Your Excellency Deputy President, we will now be taking our seats as we usher in the PS TVET for the presentation of the graduates. The principals of the various institutions should ready themselves to call out the categories of those to be awarded. Madam PS, take the floor.
Thank you very much, Rose. The guest of honor, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, please allow me to call the following heads of qualification awarding institutions to present their respective RPL graduates in the following order. Number 1, TVET CDAC CEO, Professor Kitainge, please come over. Kindly call up your candidates to be upstanding, and we will just call all of them at the same time, then we proceed. As he does that, kindly let me have near here the Chief Principal, Kitara National Polytechnic, and the Chief Principal, the Nyeri National Polytechnic. Please start coming up.
The stage is set for an intriguing showcase of African talent as Kenya, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Zambia participate in a four-nation tournament set to be played between March 21st to 26th in Lilongwe, Malawi. Catch the action live on KBC Channel 1 as the four nations square it out ahead of the June 2026 World Cup qualifiers. All four nations will also field under 20 teams in the tournament. Live on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Ili kupata uchungu mtamu kama skiza tune yako, bonyeza *812 504 hash.
Je, wajua kuwa kuna uchungu mtamu? Bwana mmoja kaona kipepeo kichanga kikijikakamua kutoka nje ya shimo la ukuni. Akakitazama kwa huruma mno, akahisi uchungu kwa niaba yacho. Mwisho akaamua kukisaidia,
Kupata uchungu mtamu kama skiza tune, bonyeza *812 504 hash. *812 504 hash.
The stage is set for an intriguing showcase of African talent as Kenya, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Zambia participate in a four-nation tournament set to be played between March 21st to 26th in Lilongwe, Malawi. Catch the action live on KBC Channel 1 as the four nations square it out ahead of the June 2026 World Cup qualifiers. All four nations will also field under 20 teams in the tournament. Live on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology invites graduates and members of the public to the 11th graduation ceremony and installation of the second Vice Chancellor on 22nd March 2024 at the university's main campus in Bondo. The chief guest will be the Cabinet Secretary of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu.
This is that space where we are concerned about teaching and learning in a professional and efficient way.
This event will be streamed live on the university's website on YouTube channel at Just Online Official from 8 a.m. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, the oasis of knowledge.
The stage is set for an intriguing showcase of African talent as Kenya, Zimbabwe, Malawi and Zambia participate in a four-nation tournament set to be played between March 21st to 26th in Lilongwe, Malawi. Catch the action live on KBC Channel 1 as the four nations square it out ahead of the June 2026 World Cup qualifiers. All four nations will also field under 20 teams in the tournament. Live on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
In the name of Jesus Christ, Mungu anatarajia ukanyange hatua mbele. Wengine wametawaliwa na uchawi, wakati wao umefika. Wewe umenitazama siku ya leo. Neema na kibali cha Bwana kikawe juu ya maisha yako.
监测对方为什么呢？
经过分析，确定照片是来自于西方的 KA9 侦察卫星。第一颗 KA9 刚刚完成试验发射。
你还让我说多少遍？转移监测方向，调整频率。
档案拿到了，里边的内容超乎了我们的想象。
别卖关子行吗？红岸到底是搞什么的？
Point of order. I was just asking, is it normal police officer kuwa na tumbo kubwa namna hiyo?
Unaona hapa? Ako kamama kalinirukia hivi. Kwanza mimi I don't run a salon. I run a beauty spa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni makosa. What is the difference? The difference is I don't deal with cheap people like you. That's number one. Madam.
Baada ya kupata ile simu.
Nisikilize kwanza ama nini?
Wewe.
Sio anisikilize.
Hapana. Sasa ulikuwa unainua mkono.
Bwana nakia story ni yangu.
Ulikuwa unainua mkono.
Naweza enda. Babu ya Kawera habari yako. Wewe unaona mimi ni baby face. Sasa unaongea namna gani? Unaongea kitu ambacho hujui.
Sasa baby face ikiwa hiyo ndio sura ya baby face. Ya baby face tutahitaji.
Mama, hii story si yako ni ya ule.
Wewe.
Ili kupata mtoa baraka kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *812*503#.
Wewe, ni kwa nini unafurahia vipaji ili asiye anayetoa? Kwa nini unapenda baraka humpendi mtoa baraka? Nauliza, ni kwa nini unapenda mchuzi wa papa ila papa mwenyewe humtaki? Ni busara kutambua kuwa ukimpata mtoa baraka.
Kupata mtoa baraka kama sikiza tune, bonyeza *812*503#. *812*503#.
监测对方为什么呢？
经过分析，确定照片是来自于西方的 KA9 侦察卫星。第一颗 KA9 刚刚完成试验发射。
你还让我说多少遍？转移监测方向，调整频率。
档案拿到了，里边的内容 超乎了我们的想象。
你别卖关子行吗？红岸到底是搞什么呢？
Point of order. I was just asking, is it normal police officer kuwa na tumbo kubwa namna hiyo?
Unaona hapa? Ako kamamba kalinirukia hivi. Kwanza mimi I don't run a salon. I run a beauty spa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni makosa. What is the difference? The difference is I don't deal with cheap people like you. That's number one. Madam.
Baada ya kupata ile
wewe nisikilize kwanza ama nini wewe sio anisikilize hapana
sasa ulikuwa unainua
mkono nakukia story ni yangu
ulikuwa unainua mkono
sasa enda babu ya Kawera habari yako wewe siona mimi ni baby face sasa unaongea na mnakani unaongea kitu ambacho hujui
sasa baby face ikiwa hiyo ndio sura ya baby face tutahitaji
mama hii story si yako ni ya ule
wewe.
Monaghan Farm on the outskirts of Johannesburg is a 1,300-acre space that will only develop 3% of the land. This leaves the rest of the land in its natural state and undisturbed, creating a sense of belonging for homeowners and for a beautiful view of the landscape. But before we move on to the nitty-gritty part of the house and how this farm addresses sustainability, let's visit Kenya to see how one woman's vision enables the detailed work of craftsmen to morph into the latest must-have accessory.
Our bags are Akire. Everything we do is handmade. There's no machine.
Erica Akath, known for her concept store in Nairobi, has since 2020 brought new handcrafted luxury bags onto the market. Wanting to work with leather, she has collaborated with Moses Ekwi, creating the 7 different bespoke handcrafted bags.
I came up with Akire, the handcrafted leather bags, because when I looked at the market, I understood that I wanted to make a bag that will speak of the African continent without going deeper. I evolved to becoming a designer because I was working with the Turkana women for roughly 2 to 3 years, and I liked the weaving. So the weaving is very different from other parts in Kenya. Here we are the workshop. Erica here is with Ekwi, and this is like a symbiosis relationship where it works perfectly. We work in harmony.
To make the bag, you require materials, the right material. When I get the right material, I come with it. Then I apply the dye. I slice the material, then I start doing the stitching. When I'm buying this material from the tannery, it's usually this color, and then it comes to me. I try and make it look appealing. I apply the dye, then it becomes like this. It makes me happy and gives me hope to see that Akire appreciates what I do for her. It makes me want more to improve on this product. This piece of metal is used to smoothen the edges of the material after stitching.
So this is like the